Predator. Hello, everyone. Or should I say, Ohio gozaimasu, fellow gaijin. How are you all doing today? My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun, but today we're going to be talking about a few games. We're going to be talking about a few games from the land of Nippon. Yes, from the land of Japan. The land of the rising sun, one might even say. Yeah, we're going to talk about JTRPGs today. I've done a few of these. This is probably the longest running series of case files that I've done, as there are now 6 of them, including this one. Yes, there are 6 of these. And that's half the fun, I think, because there's a lot of Japanese RPGs out there. Now, I need to explain some things beforehand, just to set the stage a little bit. What I would recommend is you watch my JTRPG video, because I want more views, and the more you watch it, the more my ego builds. I'm partaking in slurs posting. No, we can't be slurs posting constantly. So, when people talk about JTRPGs, when you hit in the JTRPG, thing, you're probably seeing there's me. You're seeing quite a few different games pop up. Now, when I talk about this, I'm not simply just talking about, one particular thing. There's a little bit more going on here. There are a lot of different games out there. You've got Dark Souls TRPG, you've got Draco, you've got a lot of different games. In the West, we do not get many of these. There are a lot more than what you're actually seeing here, if that makes sense. But why is that the case? Why are we only getting a certain amount of these? Mostly because of translation stuff. What's the best way of actually wording this? I usually have my usual spiel about things. If you go to tabletop role-playing games in Japan, probably one of the first ones that people talk about is the Sword World RPG. This was arguably one of the first, if not the first one. Came out by Ryu Mizuno. We love Ryu Mizuno here. We're going to be noticing him a lot more, actually. Back in 1989. Now, there's a little bit of history here, of course. A little bit of history of kind of how these things... How do I want to word this correctly? How things changed over time. Because there's a few things you need to understand about good old-fashioned JTRPG. Bring this up here. TTRPG. So, the most basic things to understand: racism. Real. Also, thank you for resubscribing for 19 months. You're stuck here with me now. So, the most basic idea when it comes to when you talk about JTRPGs, there's usually a few things that are very common. One, they are a lot faster than you would think. Oh, thank you very much, Trapper Cat, for following. Kissu, kissu. Mwah. They are usually oh god, why are you getting thrown all the way over there? They're usually a lot faster to play. Now, what do I mean by this? What I usually mean is that these games usually can take between 2 to 3 hours to do a full session. And this also kind of plays into faster to resolve. A lot of these games are actually based on one-shots, damn near. And you're going to notice that with the 3 games you're going to be going over today, that one-shots are very common. Even down to the fact that a lot of these games are built around one-shots and really nothing more than that. Probably one of the better-known kind of one-shot games is something like Necronica, for example. Necronica is not a game that you can play for 30 sessions. That's not the point of Necronica. You do a scenario. Which kind of leads into my second point here, which is it's very high on scenario play. What does this mean? Normally in the back of a book, you see the sample adventure or something like that. The sample adventure is what a lot of these games are built around. They are built around that scenario-based play, and they want you to do adventures, and they want you to do things. This also plays into replay culture. What does replay culture mean? A lot of these games... Let me see if I can find the... So, one of the big things in a lot of JTRPGs is the concept of replays. Now, we see them here as well, but not really to the extent of them. A replay is effectively you can almost call it a novelization of a session. It's a novelization of a session. Sometimes they have the exact dialogue in there, sometimes they actually have the mechanics, sometimes they don't. There are actually quite a few very popular games that use the idea of replays, one of them being Record of the Lotus War. Yeah, because if you talk about Record of the Lotus War, all this was a replay of this guy's D&D campaign, effectively, which made into Sword World. It proved to be immensely popular, and that's how you see a lot of these games. If you look through a lot of JTRPGs, you see a lot of replays. A lot of replays. And that really does play into the fact of it's very scenario-based, it's very replay-based. We think of them as game story times in our favorite Mongolian underwater basket weaving form, yes. Except these are books. You can literally buy these at the store. That's like a thing that you would go to the store to buy a book. That is a replay of a game that you might like. Now, one of the other things is what I like to call front-loaded character. Front-loaded character design. And that kind of plays into faster play and scenario play. The idea of a front-loaded character is that almost the entire game can be... You can make your character at home and then come to the game with it prepared already. It's like making a character at the table is not as common. On the other hand, hey, we can faster to play, faster to resolve. Here's a bunch of sample characters. Legitimately just copy and paste whatever you want in here. That is an extremely common thing we will see in one of the games we're going to be going over. Actually, two of the games we're going over, I don't believe Scrap Princess does that. Spoiler warning. And that kind of leads into all of these things kind of make JTRPGs kind of a unique beast. Because JTRPGs have a very strong philosophy on things and very stringent ideologies. Hey, Notepad, is Fabula Ultima a JTRPG? No, and if anyone ever says that to you, hit them with a rock. I still fucking hate Fabula Ultima, and anyone who likes Fabula Ultima is you're dumb. There we go. Cool, we're done now. We're gonna go over 3 games today. Yes, 3 whole games. Originally, I wanted to do more. There was another one, but I, unfortunately for me, I realized one was pure schizocore, and I'm like, the world must know. I wanted to spend a little bit more time on that. The one that, the 2 that got cucked out of, being represented here, and, it's, Lion Wing, it's me, not you. This is Fledge Witch, Magical Apprentice of the Elementia. This is actually a game that came out relatively recently at a Kickstarter and everything. This is a very common situation. This was actually done by Lion Wing. Now, Lion Wing is a relatively good-sized, company at this point. And Lion Wing has been bringing over a lot of indie TRPGs and been bringing over a lot of more niche stuff. And they've been doing pretty good for themselves. I have never gone over any of the games that they have made yet for a variety of reasons. Sometimes I just don't see them. Other times they kind of pop up and then I never hear about them again. Nature of the Beast. Fledge Witch was going to be one. Again, it kind of just got pushed off to the side in favor of Schizocore. However, I think I should do a Lion Wing case based off all the games they've done, because I think that would be a interesting thing to talk about if we go to Lion Wing Publishing. You see, they've got quite a few different games. Convictor Drive, Fledge Witch, and they're also going to be doing the Shin Megami Tensei role-playing game, actually. These are a bunch of games that are coming out. This is going to be happening soon. This is their thing. They've got even more. They've got a few different games coming out. That's why I'm like, we should do a... I want to do a case based on them and them alone, because I think it would be a lot more interesting, because you kind of see there's quite a few different games that they've done at this point, but again, you don't hear about them too much. They kind of just pop up and they say, ta-da, here I am. I don't think let me see. Is it on DTRPG? No, it's not actually on DTRPG. And quite a few different games that I would like to go over, but they just don't pop up. It's nature of the beast. Honest to God, it's just that I don't have anything against them. It's just that they just bad timing. And we also have the Log Horizon RPG. I have had the Log Horizon RPG literally on ready to go. Okay, this is completely unrelated to anything, but I want to say the Walmart radio is playing All-Star. This is funny to me. Yeah, it's classic rock. Don't you know that All-Star by Smash Mouth is classic rock? Yeah, always remember that. But yeah, I've been meaning to go over the fucking Log Horizon TRPG forever, and it just never gets done. It's like, all right, we're gonna do it. I'm like, uh-oh, there's something way more interesting to talk about than the fucking Log Horizon RPG. This is one of those games where I might just do it as a micro case, just be like, here it is, it's fucking done. We never have to think about it again. But the 3 games we're gonna be going over are all weird in their own way. So, first game is the Scrapped Princess RPG. Might know about Scrapped Princess, you might not. We're then going to be going over Revulture. Right there. We've actually have dealt with the creator of this. We've talked to them. Not talked to them. And we also have Beastbind Trinity. Yes, welcome to Beastbind Trinity. This is one that's going to be a little bit more complicated to talk about, so we're just going to quickly get rid of that for right now. Those are the three we're going to be talking about. The what? Those are the three games we're going to be talking about today. So we're going to go in order of how I read them. I think this is a very important thing to understand. So, let us begin with the Scrapped Princess RPG. Now, some of you may know what Scrapped Princess is. Do any of you know what Scrapped Princess is? The deafening silence is all I need to hear. Yeah, it's the prototype of Chaika. Yes. Well, here's the thing with Scrap Princess. And if I hit this button. So, the thing with Scrapped Princess, if you just Google Scrapped Princess right now, this was a Japanese light novel. Japanese light novel way back in the day by Ichiro Sakaki. Sakaki. Now, it originally released in 1999. This is an oldie at this point. Now, it did have a full anime. You might know it from the anime. Yep, it had a full anime. It had a manga adaptation. It was kind of a big thing. It was kind of a big thing, and Ichiro Sakaki, he's born in 69. Scrap Princess was his first thing. That got him started, which led into Straight Jacket, which led into Magician's Academy, which led into, if we go all the way down here, Chaika the Coffin Princess. If you've ever seen a Chaika meme, you can thank Scrap Princess for it. And then his latest thing was like Paramilitary Company, which is not exactly like, or Outbreak Company. Yeah, not exactly the things that are like, oh boy, yeah, it's not even, his latest things aren't really as big as people remember them being. But yeah, this is a game based off of his work. And the thing is, if you type in, if you actually go right here to the Wikipedia page, you see right all the way down here, role-playing game Scrap Princess RPGs, and the Scrap Princess universe was released in 2003. This game is 21 years old, and it was just recently translated. Yep, it was recently fan-translated. This is an important thing as well about JTRPGs, is that everything is mostly fan translations. Things that are not fan translations are by a couple scummy companies, and you have someone like Lionwing who's doing their best. But that's kind of the nature of the beast we're working with. Now, I did a little bit of digging. I did a little bit of digging on the Scrap Princess RPG. Now, when they're kind of talking about, Kazuda Kuroda here, he's the main guy. This was published by Fujimi Shobo. We're going to see Fujimi Shobo a lot. They are owned by Kadokawa. Kadokawa owns everything. That's the most important thing in the world in Japan. Every single thing in existence belongs to Kadokawa in some regard. But one of the big things about the Scrap Princess RPG is that this is actually a... Where are you here? I remember. Wait. One thing about the Scrap Princess RPG is that this is actually based off of the 2D6 system, otherwise known as Sword World. Yes, this is based off an older variant of Sword World. I believe this would be Sword World 2, not 2.5 like it's currently available out here. I believe this is Sword World 2. A very early rendition of Sword World 2. Now, kind of going through this game, you're going to kind of notice things very differently. One thing to note about this game, though, this is something very important. quite literally, they do not explain anything about the lore. There's no lore in this. If you want to actually engage in the world that it is putting down, you've got to read the manga. You've got to oh god, you've got to read the manga. You got to watch the show. That's on you, because there is literally nothing else in this. Let's look at Kazuto there. Kazuto Kuroda. Now, we've kind of talked about various people when it comes to this. Kazuto here has kind of done different things. You kind of see, a couple different RPGs he's done over time. Let me... I gotta do this right. So, as you can kind of see, he's done a couple different books. Kazuto here has done a lot of roleplay books. Kind of see, there's a variety of different games that he's worked on. He is a mainstay at Group SNE. Don't believe he's doing anything there now. I didn't really find anything on the guy. He exists. I know that. That's kind of the secret here, is like, I know he does in fact exist, but I don't really know where else he's been working on. There's apparently a Auquid system, Auquid's actually a translator, fun fact. Again, big on Sword World stuff. They've done things there. There was some other RPGs that he apparently worked on. I couldn't really find anything else on the guy. He exists. I know that much. That's one of those situations where it's very difficult finding information out about people in Japan sometimes, because generally speaking, they're pretty normal people. So, or watching the anime series. That's it. This is the where it's getting translated from. This is the book that it was published in originally, which is also, if you notice, Fujimi Fantasia Bunko, which is, hey, wait a second, that's just the Kazuto Kuroda is real. Yeah, trust me, we're gonna go way down into the autism vortex, one might say, later. So, prophesized as the poison that will destroy the world, the scrapped princess was consigned to darkness immediately after birth. However, Pacifica, the scrapped princess who was supposed to be dead, was secretly raised as the youngest sister of the castle siblings. But this is secret finally becomes public knowledge. Shannon and Raquel strive to protect their sister from the assassins sent one after another, and gradually the secrets of the world are revealed. Now, you take place on the Dustbin continent. Now, you can play through the journey as Pacifica, or create your own characters and embark on a journey together. Welcome to JTRPGs, everyone. Generally speaking, what's a role-playing game? How do we do that? It's Dragon, yeah, right here. Various translated thing that's already there. Anything in the Dragon magazine. So, what do you need? You need dice, you need the RPG, you need character sheet. This is a 2d6 game. Pretty much all of the games we're going over today are going to be d6 games. Effectively, all of them are d6 games. How they use those d6s are usually different, but they are 2d6. So, writing utensils, notes, game objectives, GM roles, and then you have the comments of karma. Now, one of the big things about the Scrap Princess RPG is that it does not want you to be a bad person. Every single thing in this world is trying to be good. They want you to be good people. Good people get you, you're getting stronger by being a good person than you are by being a bad person. This applies to legitimately every single kind of situation the game puts you in. If you're in combat, you are usually going to be better not going all out. You are using magic, you want to deliberately nerf yourself because that is the right thing to do. Everything wants you to be a good person. And the game will punish you for being a bad person. Yeah, very, for subconscious miscellaneous action, retroactive checks, very simple stuff. And this is 2003 as well, so note that. So, various rules, kind of going in here, various game design sections. So, we're going to need some help here, though. So, I'm going to bring out my very own character. Say hello to Hector Hutmaka. Say hello to Hector, everybody. This is Hector. Hector is a magician, as you can kind of see by his three spells here. Hector is a magician, and he wants to do magic. Hello, Hector. Yes, Hector is a very normal man. He's 25 years old. And you might be seeing injury baseline score, current value. Does that mean he has 9 HP? The answer is yes. And trust me, that's a lot of HP. It's not, but I can believe it is. All his various skill points, all his various abilities. Yeah, you might be seeing some things that look a little bit weird. I will explain them. So, they want you to make a character. We're going to be making a character together. Now, you possess the Guardian gene. What does this mean? In the world, there are people known as Guardians. The Guardians are people who protect the Lawbreaker. What is the Lawbreaker? Someone who can rewrite reality somewhat. So, and the Scrapped Princess is a Lawbreaker. Spoiler warning for a thing that came out 20 years ago. She is she is someone who is extremely fucking dangerous. Now, you're just better than the average person. Because why? You are a good person. You are stronger than most people. You are, hey, Gene Holder becomes involved in unusual incidents a lot more often. You may not be protecting a Lawbreaker, but definitely speaking, you're doing something a little bit goofy. And here's our character sheet as always. This game uses effectively a 3D, a very weird way of rolling for your stats. So, what you need to determine your ability scores. And we got our very basic ability scores. We've got agility. We all love agility. Strength, intelligence, charisma, life force. Yes, life force, and mental power. Yes, and mental power. Okay, a little bit different, a little bit odd. So, everything looks... Now, this is right here. Represents how much physical injury one can endure. Your life force hits 0, you're going to probably fall over and die. Now, the higher your mental power is, the more kind of mental things you can do. Now, what does this actually mean? Your life force and your mental power are technically your ability to, how do I want to word this nicely? Stay up and fight still. These are attributes that you're going to be rolling for. Now, Hector is made of a noodle. He is made of noodles, but he is a very strong debater. He is a master debater, you might even say, a masterous debater. As you can kind of see by some of his dogshit skills. As you can kind of see, below average. We are exceptionally below average in two things. However, we are significantly below average in agility. This has come to bite me in the ass. Yes, once you learn how we roll for stats, you will note that rolling a 5 is really, really sad. So, we also have the idea of consciousness capacity. Consciousness capacity is kind of a weird way of doing magic, because in this setting, magic is very powerful. Absurdly powerful. You are a character who can do things insanely. To give you an idea, most of the spells that are available to you have, conditions such as if they fail to resist, they die instantly. usually in graphic agony. But remember, you should always tone yourself back. Consciousness capacity, the idea there is how much you can actually sustain these spells. And the higher your capacity, the more spells you can sustain at once. So if you want to sustain a spell that's worth 5, and you only have 6, you can't cast another spell, perhaps, because it's taking too much out of you. Now, Hector has a 10 consciousness capacity. What does that mean? That means he can sustain a lot of spells really easily. Why? Because he's that good of a wizard. Yes, he is made of noodles and he has 2 left feet, both of which are on his right leg, but he's doing pretty good for himself. As you kind of see, the recommended is 8. The minimum to be a caster is 4. Now, what you do is you need to roll 24d6. Yes, that is actually how you determine your stats. But a more accurate way, it's a 4d6 system. You roll 4d6 and take that and add them all up. Do you understand why I said that the... now you understand why I said rolling a 5 was pretty bad on my front. I rolled a 5 on a 4d6 roll. I knew his destiny before it even began. I knew his destiny. And his... yeah, his destiny was not a fighter. I knew that right off the bat. But one of the ideas is that you're pretty much, it's 4D, it's 4d6, and this is what you're going to be ending up with. However, there's a very specific thing you need to know, is you need to total up the number of 1s you roll. Now, I ended up with quite a few. I didn't write it down because I'm very silly and I put it in a notepad and deleted that notepad. But every time you roll a 1, that is technically +1 to your consciousness capacity. If you roll amazing stats, that means you're not really going to have really good at magic. Contrasting that, if you roll a lot of 1s, you're going to be really good at magic. Less ability, more ability to use magic. But it's never that easy. One of the things with it is you can choose to be, I want to be an intellectual type. I want to be someone who's smart. I want to be someone who's big. I want to be something like that. You can willingly nerf these die results into being worse to make them into a 1 to get higher consciousness capacity. So I'm going to take 4d6 here, for example. Roll 4d6 here. Wowzers, I rolled amazing. I got a 6, 6, 5, 5. I got a total of, that's really, really good, actually. I got a 22. That's insane. That's a 22. Now, I don't need a 22, though. So I can just do that, and I get +1 consciousness capacity. Yeah, I brought myself down to a 17, but maybe it's good. On the other hand, if you roll, I don't know, something like this, turning a 2 into a 1 is not as painful. It's kind of one of those things of, okay, which of these 2 rolls, effectively, do you want to nerf down? Turning a 2 into a 1 isn't that painful, but you may want to get a little bit more because you need it. But that is what you're allowed to do. And to get higher consciousness capacity. The more you get, the better, the better magic you are. The better magic you have. One of the big things is that your ability score bonus is actually divided by 6. Hence why my agility is 0. Yeah, and rounding down, it's not 0, by the way, it's -1. I wanted to seem a little bit more cool than I was, but it's -1. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? It does really mean that, like, 16 charisma, 16 mental power, a 16 is only a +2, while an intelligence of 18 is a +3. Kind of very traditional stats. You kind of understand how this works right off the bat. but it makes things that are lower than 6, which is way above that, which is average, by the way. You're always going to have at least a 1 or a 2, in a lot of your stats. Very rarely you'll get, a 3, or even potentially a highest rank you can get is a 4. But you do round, but it is valuable. Again, having a +3 or a +2 is good. Now we're going to go through the life path. Now, the life path is a little strange, but we can do this. Now, you can choose to either roll or choose. This is a very important idea when it comes to the concept of rolling and choosing, but effectively, you're going to be acquiring skill points. What is a skill point? All a skill point is, at the end of the day, is saying that I've got +1 into most skills. Certain skills, go down here, such as these main ones up here, are actually, you need a lot of different skills to actually increase them up. More skill points are always needed to boost them up. Things like magical theory is very difficult, therefore it levels up much slower. Other ones of these, as you can see, go up 1 for 1. It's very easy. Now, if we go, it doesn't have a name, please write in skill. Very simple stuff. So, if we go down here, these are our various options. So we can be a middle-class family, poor family, or a wealthy family. This is a layout issue. The wealthy family charts are here. Why? I do not understand. I do not know why that is the case. But, for example, let's say we're a middle-class family. What we would do is say, we're a middle-class family. We get +1 in persuasion, and we get to roll 3 dice on either of these charts. So I can say I want to roll 2 on negotiation skills B. Well, I got a 5, that means diplomacy, and a 2, so I get +1 persuasion, +1 diplomacy skill points. You monster. Every time, Russian on Russian violence, it never stops. And I can spend my last personal skill on a 1, so I get a cookie. So I get cooking. Cool. That is only really the basic idea here. This is your life path system. It's not really as in-depth as something like Rogue Trader or Traveler. It's, where are you from? What skills do you get? Where are you getting these skills? So, as you kind of see here, very basic diplomacy, basic persuasion. One thing you'll notice, though, is that everyone's going to give you at least 1 point in persuasion or diplomacy, which you see up here. Diplomacy is a main skill. Persuasion is extremely valuable. One of the big things in this game is that talking it out is a valid tactic. Saying, hey, I think we should, reason this out together. I want to talk to you, and I want to convince you of something that is different. I want to say, hey, I want to help you. Let's not fight. Again, the good option, the noble option, is usually going to be better for you in the long run. This leads to the transition early childhood into childhood. Now, this is laid out a little bit weird. You effectively have 4 of them. You have household chores of settled life, household chores of nomadic life, higher education or warrior training, and then you have roaming free, kind of your free option. Now, if we go down here, if you were in a middle-class neighborhood, you were middle class, you would take all of the, you would roll and see what happened around here. However, this is the actual chart of what would happen. This is just kind of like a lore thing. If you kind of look down, here, this is what happened to me. I went into higher education. That's all that happened. Now, kind of see here, household chores, settled life, various different things here. Nomadic life have very different skills. There aren't actually many skills. Various higher education. Hey, I went down to the mage training course, which did really shift the how do I want to word this? It shifted the nature of the character pretty drastically, because he kept rolling he rolled 2 natural histories and not that much magical theory. Yeah, no, he had to buy a lot of his magical theory. But as you can kind of see here, you can kind of go for a couple different things. Hey, you want to be, go in higher education and then burn everything on general education? You can. Being a well-learned individual is a valuable skill. On the other hand, you could be just a nomad. What does being a nomad means? It means you roll 5 billion times on family business table. Oh boy. Or you can go down warrior training, which gives you a free skill point. Yeah, warrior training gives you the most. The thing is with warrior training is that you don't have that many options for other skills. Very basic. Or roaming free, which you get connection skill. Which is literally, roaming free is effectively, congratulations, you are a homeless person. You are a wandering vagabond. Hector is secretly the British Museum of Natural History. Effectively, that's what he kind of ended up being. Hector started out being like, I want to make a, magic man. Because he got 16 charisma, he's a magic man, and he's super handsome, and he's all these things. And he just kind of morphed into being a fucking nerd. But that's fun. That's interesting. Transition from childhood into adolescence. Now, when you go into adolescence, it depends on what you chose to do. Hey, I went into higher education, therefore I rolled, and I ended up with entertainment. Yeah, I went into entertainment and effectively just kind of been bumming around, knowing a lot of magic. That's it. Ta-da! And once you get through here, again, the adolescence, you get 4 SP by choosing a genre and rolling various dice. Hey, agriculture and fishing, merchant, entertainment. Yep, entertainment gives you a billion skills to roll on if you want. And underworld, you get a bunch of things to be a horrible human being, such as the pickpocketing, lockpicking, blackmailing skill, and various other horrible things to be horrible people. Alternatively, you could just be another mage and get even more mage training course weapon things. Yeah, all of my skills, yes, blackmailing. He became Indiana Jones, but slightly more wizard. See, magic theory, magic theory, magic theory. Because that's the entire idea. Magic theory is actually how well of a magician you actually are. Even having a few skill points in magic theory effectively mean you are a very competent magician. Yeah, you do get a few additional points to spend around on things. I burnt a lot on magical theory, but I put a few points elsewhere to bump my abilities up. Because while I am intelligent, yeah, no, I'm not really good at anything else. Yeah, I don't fight. I literally roll a +1 anytime I'm attempting to hit you with a dagger. Yeah, life is hard. Life is difficult for Hector. Hector wants to Hector wants to shoot you with his divine spear of Gungear. Yeah, he wants to shoot you with divine spear Gungear, or kill you. He wants to. Oh no, there's a problem. Divine spear Gungear. Youch! So, yeah, nope, very basic. You can kind of assign various things. One of the big things you kind of see right here is somewhat special. Takes 1 SP to reach 1, 3 to reach 2, 6 to reach 3. You need a lot of points to upgrade, kind of more advanced skills. Now, persuasion. Persuasion wasn't. Weird. I did not see that with persuasion. Technically, persuasion should be 1. But one of the big things here when it comes to various skills in general is that most are 1-to-1, except the fancier ones. of see diplomacy here. You don't get as, it levels up a lot slower. You need to invest more skill points into getting it up to a higher level to actually add it as a bonus. And that's it. Why are we doing things? Hey, I just felt like leaving. That's it. That's how you make a character. But then you have to determine your creed. Oh, God. What is your creed? A creed is an uncompromising belief. This is your life goal or your top priority. You should define your own creed. You can kind of do things to decide on how you want to do things. And the thing is, anytime you follow your creed, you are getting rewarded. And you want to do that. That's the big thing. The thing is, it can get changed. Things can go wrong. Things can go worse for you. Effectively, our boy here, Hector's creed, is to learn about the natural world at my own pace. He just kind of wants to learn. That's all he wants to do. He wants to sit down in peaceful little areas and write in his notebook. All he wants to do in life. Uh-oh, unfortunately for him, that's not very easy for being a magician and doing that. Now we get to equipment. What are we reading? A Sworded... I want to cast Holocaust that casts Greater Holocaust. Hey, what are you reading? Yep, Assorted JTRPGs. Equipment is a meme. I'm going to say this now. You start with ordinary clothes and weapons and armor suitable for your body type. Yeah, this is the big thing. We don't really define the weight of individual equipment or really equipment in general. Now, what does that mean? As long as you have a weapon, you're adding all your bonuses. As long as you are wearing armor, you get all your bonuses. What this means is it doesn't really matter whatever your abilities or your skills are or anything like that. I am, a very high weapon combat skill person. You kind of see here, strike power. As long as I have a weapon in my hand, I have a strike power of 9. As long as I am wearing armor, I have a defense power of 9. That's all that anyone needs to know. As long as I have wearing armor or have a weapon, these are these values. I could have a greatsword, doesn't matter. I could have a scimitar, doesn't matter. Have a dagger, doesn't matter. All that matters really at the end of the day is... So that's also 0. That's also, by the way, paid. But yeah, that's one of those things when it says like, oh, it's how, like, I'm going to show you the equipment section that's at the back of the book. The equipment section is this. This is the entire equipment section. And this is the entire equipment section. You start with 5,000 money. 5,000 money. Yeah. Little goofy in that regard, but like, yeah, okay, I guess that works. I guess that's the way that it's supposed to be. All right. You kind of nod and, yep, right here, adjust everything, determine your background and all your upbringing. This is kind of them reiterating everything. Now, your weapon combat skills are very important. I suck at combat. I have a 0 in it. Now, if you have a weapon combat skill of 0, you don't have any skill in weapon combat, you're going to have a 0 in it regardless. Because it's very possible that you do not know how to use a weapon. Because why would you? Now, character strength is your strike power and defense. Now, is your injury check baseline score, and enter the number adding your life force to your weapon combat skill. Your weapon combat skill really does play a lot into determining just how good of a warrior you are. A character is not a good warrior because they have a high weapon combat skill. They are a good warrior because they have a high weapon combat skill, if that makes sense. This is really the only thing when it comes down to combat, is weapon combat. You are a good warrior because you have that. You are a good warrior because you have weapon combat. Weapon combat does not come with being a good warrior. So, now we're going to have to do all the rating tables. What is a rating table? This is an important thing in, Sword World, but these are our rating tables right here. Certain situations, let's say Divine Spear Gungear, what you're going to do, let's say for example, I hit someone with Divine Spear Gungear and they resist it. What's going to happen is it's going to hit them for rating 50 plus 5 damage. How do you roll a 15 on a 2d6? The answer is the rating tables. This is something that throws a lot of people off about this game, or about these games in general, but let's roll. I got a 7. So I look at I look at the 50 table, there's a 10 right here. So I've got 10 plus 5, I deal 15 damage. That's a ton of damage in this game, by the way. I go bzing, and they're like, oh no, and then they explode. We usually don't want to do that. If you kind of see here when it comes to like the reduced damage, it goes down to rating 20, which is, you can even see, a lot less damage. Almost half as much rolled damage. Now, there are ratings for, I believe, up to, 60? And you're going to have to note them down. 9 is very common for us, as well as 18 and 16. So we're going to have to note all of these down in these little boxes to make sure we know what we're doing. Yeah, that's the secret. Note down everything in the ratings table. Now, you can have, copy down values for intelligence, charisma, all of these different little effect tables. I think, all the ones I really needed to, but if something says, oh, it's your charisma minus 10, it would be a 6. If it's intelligence minus 8, minus 10, that's 8. That's kind of the basic idea there. Actually, I can show everyone the table. This is the table. It goes all the way up to 49. Yeah, this is all of the tables. So if I have a 40 and I roll a 7, I would roll, I believe, an 11. I would roll a 10, which is quite a lot, actually. Because again, the numbers in this game are deceptively small. Deceptively so. So let's go all the way back up to where we need to go. Filling out everything is pretty easy to do. Now we're going to talk about the most basic idea of how to make a roll. All you're going to be doing is, it's a 2d6 game. It's 2d6 plus your skill plus your ability score. That's it. Then you're going to have, it's effectively, degree of difficulty of the action itself. There are a couple different target numbers that you can play around with, but let's say, for example, I need to make a natural history check. I'm going to take 2d6 plus 2 plus 3. Wow, everyone, I rolled 11 plus 5. That means I rolled a 16. That's amazing. Good job, me. Oh, hey, I need to roll a persuasion check. I need to, okay, I want to take my 2d6. It would be, actually, yeah, it would be that. I'm gonna roll. I rolled a 7 plus 4, or 3 technically. So I got some things there. But it gets a little bit more complicated when you start getting crits and stuff. So, go down here, have the concept of automatic success and automatic failure. Now, if you roll a 12, you roll dual 6s, you roll boxcars, that is an auto success. Does not matter what it is, you have rolled a critical success. This is good news for you. Big things happen. People get their guard broken. It is the absolute best outcome. You roll a 2, you roll snake eyes, you're gonna have a really bad time. That's the worst outcome for you. Yeah, they're essentially critical successes and critical failures. There are bonuses and penalties. You might have -2, +2, nothing too complicated. Then you have motivation. Okay, so anytime you're in a debate, actually, no, it's not a debate. Anytime you're doing anything, really, you can say, hey, I want to put in, no, this is motivation. What you do is you make a check, rolling a 2d6 versus 7. Now, I roll, hey, cool, I got an 8. I get my bonus. I get a +4 bonus. That's pretty good. I get a little bit of a bonus. Cool, life defense, offensive check, one could see, okay, cool. You get something. Baseline score, you get a +4. That's really good. That's something really powerful. Hey, this is something that is contributing to the issue, and it's also part of my own creed. I get a +4 to that modifier. I need to roll a 3 up. That's my creed. Hey, this is a life-threatening defense. This is offensive check and serious combat, which is different. Hey, this is something that goes against my creed, -4, and it does not actually resolve the issue. That's a -2. The thing is, if you succeed, you get bonuses. If you fail, you get a -2 on it. This sucks, and it is very painful. Now, you also get rating 0 long-term fatigue. That means here, we see rating 0 here. Let's roll. Ooh, damn, we got a 6. That means we got 1 long-term fatigue. Long-term fatigue in general is kind of a... These are 2 very important mechanics they don't do a very good job of explaining very well. Effectively, these contribute to your mental health. If you have a really high fatigue, that means you're going to get influenced really easily. Short-term fatigue goes away when you rest at night. I go to sleep. Okay, you're going to get your short-term fatigue back. Long-term fatigue lasts the entire session until next session. It's pretty much the entire episode you are at a disadvantage. That is why, again, doing motivation checks, oh wow, this is really useful. But you roll a 12 there suddenly and you got 4 long-term fatigue. You do that twice, you got 8 fatigue. And to some people, that might completely destroy their logic power, meaning they're going to get influenced a lot easier. Why is it called rating 50? It's weird that it jumps from between 20 and 50. Because 50 is actually very common. They usually do denominations of 10 for a lot of like the basic stuff here. Like you see rating 20, rating 50. Like rating 9 is because of various modifiers. Like rating 50 is a lot more common. Rating 20 is very common. You can kind of think of like these are the 3 most common, or 4 most common. And the rest of these are very uncommon checks. Well, not uncommon, but they will be happening fewer times. That's why they're doing it that way. It's that they are trying to help you. That's one thing about JRPGs you're going to learn very quickly, is that they try to help you as much as physically possible. And sometimes that help can be a little annoying. And it's just like, this seems like there's an easier way of doing this. No. We're going to write all this stuff down because we guarantee that we know we can help you. We want to help you as much as physically possible. I don't need help. You're going to get help. Whether you like it or not. Fuck you. I'm like, all right. Don't hurt me. Very basic skills. You kind of see you want to increase your skills pretty regularly. You don't get experience points necessarily, you get skill points. Skill points can be spent on a few different things. Skills are the most primary. Now, as you can kind of see, you're going to start with a lot of skill level 1s or skill level 2s or 3s. Very rarely, unless you roll really well, will you get a skill level of like 4 or 5 at the start as a starting character. However, a 4 and 5 is very good. You want to know why a skill level 4 and 5 is good? Because that's a +5 on a 2d6. That's bonkers. Your average has just changed to 12. Like, even getting like a few points can really change can swing the values of a 2d6. A lot more than you would think. So even getting a few points do mean a lot in this game. This is also written by a lunatic and formatted by a loon. So just understand that, like, a lot of this isn't in here. I don't know if this was because of the game or if this was because of the translating team. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's worded a little. But yeah, this is what a vast majority of the skills actually look like. Hey, it's cajoling, intimidation, medicine, fully specialized. I cannot make a medicine check. If it's fully specialized, that means that you cannot make a medicine check unless you have a skill in medicine. On the other hand, I would be very good at medicine because I have an intelligence of 3, but I never rolled for it, so I don't get it. Theater acting, intelligence plays a lot. That's one thing I did notice very early on, was that there is a lot of intelligence bonuses. And you kind of even see down here, like, all of these skills are intelligence-based. Your diplomacy skill is intelligence-based. Like, being smart goes a lot further than you would think. Forgery, intelligence, and agility, obviously. Music skills, various music abilities. Music actually has, like, this entire section of, like, how to perform correctly. Various different things, because music is important. And yeah, being a musician is a valid tactic in this game. Now, this is a lot different than if you've played something like a Sword World or Sword World 2.5. In Sword World, they don't have necessarily skill points. You instead have classes that fulfill skill roles. Instead of having, a bunch of talkie classes, you'll have the Bard class that you are able to do things more charismatically. Because you are a level 3 Bard, you get a +3 to all those checks. Because you are a swordsman, you get a +3 to all swordsman things. Because you are a scout, you get +3 to all your scout stuff. You get the idea. We've made a skill list. And the skill list really does fucking love intelligence. Intelligence and agility. I have intelligence. I am a very smart man, but very, very dumb. But very, very bad at doing. Yeah, this is progressive. Not great laid out, but yeah. Progressive, that means it's slower advancement. Ship steering, investigation, cooking, geography, intelligence. Agility and intelligence are your big ones when it comes to the skill lists in general. Let me see if I can find the full skill list. Yeah, you kind of see, like, just the emphasis on being a smart person when it comes to your skills. Generally speaking, I see, like, there's charisma. Yeah, like, there's not. Yeah, you don't really get many other skills, but I guess, like, if you consider these to be your primary ones, you kind of end up in a situation where it's like, yeah, I guess we can't really do that. It's interesting charisma is not used as much, but that'll make sense when we get to, if we go all the way over to technically how combat works. Now, combat is dangerous. This is a very important thing in Scrap Princess. Combat is fucking dangerous. If you get into a fight, you're committing to a fucking fight. And it's not going to be like, oh, well, I could totally survive if I do my best. No. if someone comes at you with a weapon, get ready to run like hell or fight like hell. But there's a couple different ways to do combat. And this is important. This is one thing I actually really like about this game. Why I originally thought about dismissing this game actually, because I'm like, okay, it's Sword World. It's not really. And then I started noticing more and more little differences. Again, basic idea, action declaration, what do you intend to do? And it's group initiative effectively. That's one thing to also know about. You declare their actions. Pretty much players declare first, then enemies declare. Basic idea. Then you go on to the idea of determining your combat attitude. This is one of the more unique ideas. So, anytime you get into a fight, most of the time you don't really have the intention of killing anyone. So you can choose one of these 4 states of being. No injury. I don't even want to fight you. I want to incapacitate you. I want to demoralize you. I want you to retreat and not even really get hurt. No serious injury. I'm going to knock you upside the head a few times, but you're not going to die. You're going to have a few bruises and maybe a few cuts, but you're going to be fine. Non-lethal, which is you might get fucked up, but you're not going to die. I'm not trying to kill you. If you die, you die. If you don't, you don't. And then serious, I am trying to kill you. Now, the thing is, fighting for no injury is the ideal. Now, if you are a very competent warrior, if you're a very competent soldier who wants to be a very competent person, you can fight with no injury against someone trying to kill you, and it's very easy. It's just like, oh yeah, but ding, I've completely knocked your sword away, being like, stop trying. Like, I do not care. I simply am not, not even caring. Reducing an A character, opponent's HP to 0 is incapacitation. No serious injury. I don't plan on hurting you, but you get a -2. And then you have non-lethal. Non-lethal is the default. Yeah. Opponent will undoubtedly suffer serious injuries, but not fatal wounds. Unless otherwise stated, most things are this way. It is an interesting dynamic when you think about TRPGs when it comes to combat. And when you get into, combat situations, you're thinking of, oh, hey, I'm fighting someone. You are usually going to kill the goblin. You want to kill the goblins in the cave to get their pocket change. That's what a majority of these games assume. Even Sword World assumes that when you are fighting a bandit or something, you are in the intent to stab him to death. Scrapped Princess legitimately does not believe in that. It says, no, you want to be non-lethal. They might end up with a serious injury. They might stagger home a little bit. They might, but you're not trying to kill them. Unless they really fuck up. But if you are fighting serious, this fighting style includes attacks to the back of the head or blade attacks to the neck and torso. Doesn't matter if the opponent dies. While finishing off a fallen opponent is a separate issue, attacks with this combat attitude would be considered to have killing intent if questioned. You get a +2 to everything while you are fighting serious. Now, there is no way to avoid injuries when you're fighting this way, though. If you are fighting someone and they fuck up a roll, they will die. You have run them through with a sword and they are now on the ground dying. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the big things. And now, you and your opponent might be fighting differently. You could be fighting non-lethally. Like, I don't want to hurt you, man. I don't want to, hey, I'm not going to kill you. The enemy could be fighting serious, though. I am going to kill you if you fuck around. The thing is, though, if you fight 2 up from them, you get long-term fatigue. If they're fighting for no serious injury and you are fighting to kill them, you get fatigue for it, and you get more fatigue for fighting someone like that. On the other hand, no, that button. Did not mean to click that button. Uh-oh. Whoa! When you are fighting like that, you are fighting a little bit differently. You are getting more fatigue, which makes it easier to influence you, which makes it easier to have things go wrong. Remember, we don't want to fight lethal. We want to fight like good people. Good people don't kill other people. Oh no, there's a giant monster that wants to eat me. Everyone, let's fight seriously because we're going to die if we don't. Uh-oh. It's kind of one of those things, like, the second someone starts fighting serious, everyone should start fighting serious. Even if you don't want to. So, everything is resolved in order of highest agility. This means I have an agility of 5. I act last. I am going to be acting last in the round, and I'm going to be probably falling over. Agility is king in this game, by the way. Agility and intelligence. Who needs strength or charisma? Who needs charisma in general? I'm just fast and I'm smart. I don't need anything else. Now, having a high agility means you're going to be acting first and a lot faster. And if you get knocked out of your action before it's your turn, you just lose it. It is very painful. Now, it does do the Sword World way of doing mapping. Sword World mapping's a little weird. Agility fags are back again. Yeah, pretty much. Effectively, Sword World does not use a grid. I didn't mean. Sword World does not use a grid of any variety. It, in fact, kind of uses an open way of doing things. We'll be seeing this later again. It is... In Scrap Princess, let's say this is the battlefield. And I am here, you are here, the enemy is here. I can say, oh, hey, I want to do my full movement to get up into his face. I want to do a full movement to get up in here, and he's going to be fighting us. It's technically an open map, but you're assumed to have, like, a whiteboard or something similar to, like, write shit down on it. And so it's like, yeah, generally speaking, you can do normal movements and still do actions, or you have to remain stationary. Full movement is like I am dead sprinting and I am running as fast as possible. Be here anymore. Yeah, standing up from crouch position, kind of very basic actions that you can do during movement, during non-movement. You know, attacking with weapons you're hoving, you know. Now, you have the idea of, you know, like, hey, when you are using magic, it might take you multiple rounds to cast magic. If it takes you multiple actions to cast magic, you have to apply it for concentration for each of those rounds. A magician may be locked down for 5 rounds, doing nothing. Unless you're doing a linked activation spell, in which case that makes it a little bit harder. However, you get to explode someone's penis immediately. A bit of a. Now, ranged weapons, yeah, you cannot choose no injury as your combat attitude when attempting to attack with a ranged weapon. Yeah, you can't try to not kill someone effectively, but you can try to demoralize them somewhat. Yeah, like, I am trying to hit you. This is not a game, dog. I am trying to hit you. You know, and then you always have the option to initiate a debate. Once per combat, you can literally have a sit down effectively with the enemy and debate them with crossed blades. This might turn out well, and this might backfire horribly on you and have them attack you with renewed vigor. It depends on the situation. So, how do we... Combat is not a major element. However, we're going to talk about combat for a while. So, as long as you have a weapon, you're using a weapon. It doesn't really matter what kind you're using, it just matters that you have one. Is there a difference between a one-handed sword, a two-handed sword, a giant hammer? No. None of that shit matters. And even when it comes down to, like, armor, it legitimately does not matter. Wearing leather armor is the exact same as wearing full plate. It does not matter. Yeah, no, kind of the idea when it comes to like ranged weapons, the only really big things is if it is a shooting weapon is 100 meters. If it is a throwing weapon, it is 20. That's really it. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, like if we speak in terms of advantages and disadvantages, bows are is better in general. Now, the thing is, they just say, set up what have you in mind. If you have a character who has knives, who wants to have throwing knives, they can have throwing knives. Why? It just matters that they're going to be at 20 meters instead of 10 meters. That's it. Now, these are what weapon combat matter. And all of this shit, as you kind of see, you know, this character using a giant crazy-ass whip. You have a giant crazy-ass whip. It's going to do the exact same thing as a dagger, though. Now, this is your attack power / evasion speed. Your ability to hit somebody is the exact same as your ability to dodge getting your shit rocked. I have a 0 in these because my agility is -1. I am a slow little noodle boy, and because I am a slow little noodle boy, I going to get my shit rocked a lot easier. Now, your weapon, this is your ability to actually hit someone as well as your ability to dodge. If you have a 0 in weapon combat, it does not matter. You can have a +4 agility, you will have a 0 in this. It is entirely possible to make characters that do not have any weapon skill. This is extremely not recommended, though. I will say that right now. Do not think you can play this game easily without at least a little bit of weapon skill, because of how important a lot of these things are. Having just a little bit of weapon skill does mean that you can protect yourself. Even like a rank 1. Having 1 point in weapons at least means you can do these things. Now, this is the attitude modifier. You know, fight with death or lethal resolve, landing hits and landing hit. Here, again, very basic. +2s, -2s. If you are fighting non-lethally, which is most cases, you're going to have a +0 to this. This is how much damage you do. It's equal to your strength value. How much damage does this have? If I have, let's say for example, I have 18 strength, I would roll onto this chart. That's a lot of damage. I only have a 9 though, so if I hit you with my dagger miraculously, and I hit you with 8, that means I do 4 damage to you. My knife goes forward, it goes ka-ching, and then I hit you for 4 damage. If I had a gigantic 2-handed greatsword and I hit you and I rolled an 8, I would also do 4 damage. Technically, I would do 6 damage. Because I got a +1 strength modifier. Yeah, this is your... You can be really strong and have a high weapon combat skill, and you're going to tear people's faces off. A competent fighter in this game is someone that you cannot kill. They are going to be extremely dangerous, and they are going to kill you very quickly. On the other hand, if you don't have that, that is a 0. Now, when you're wearing armor, it's equal to your strength. Defense power is effectively how much damage you can block when you are making an attack, when someone hits you. If you are wearing armor, it's equal to your strength. If you're not, it's 0. Now, if your strength is 18, you can block almost all the damage because you literally just man mode and muscle your way through. You muscle guard your way through the problem. If you are not strong, you just kind of take it like a champ. Yeah, you kind of just take it like a champ. But again, I am wearing leather armor. I am wearing full plate. They do the exact same thing. That's just... Gotta accept that. Yeah, skilled warrior damage reduction equal to the character. You know, when I hit with techniques such as instinctively avoiding vital spots. Yeah, you get damage reduction equal to your weapon combat skill. In an effort to like reduce the complexity down, it's interesting of like what they did with as little as possible. But yes, no, you can deal very little damage. You can do very high levels of damage. And it's kind of like attack hits, double ones, no, with 10 or more, critical. So what does a critical mean? Oh no, I've hit you with a dagger. I've dealt... Wow, I rolled an 11. That's a 7. I'm gonna roll again. Wow, I rolled an 11. That's a 7. I'm gonna roll again. Aw man, I only rolled a 5. That's a 4. So I deal 18 damage. As long as you're rolling 10 up, you are being able to re-roll it. You get a crit. If you roll a 2 though, you roll snake eyes, you automatically end your attack and that's it. It's over. You're done. It doesn't matter where it is. You roll 0 damage, nothing happens. You can crit, theoretically, as much as you can. And you can get a lot. Apply all your bonus damage. You can instantly kill people very simply in this game. If you really want to. You just go, oh, what's this? Ching. Oh no, you're dead. Oh no. Oh no, what you doing? You're dead. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You're fucking dead. So, the hit check is literally just a attack power as baseline score. It's attitude modifier as the patient. 2D, add attack power. Literally, that's it. So, as you can see, my attack power is right here. That's a +1, effectively. That means I'm going to be rolling 2d6 +1, depending on whatever other modifiers I have, with the potential of probably rolling a 0. Not gonna lie, there's a chance that I will roll nothing, because I suck. I am not a combat man. Now, your attack evasion points also kind of go down for the NPCs. The attack evasion points is they have a set modifier for everything. They do not roll. Generally speaking, NPCs will not roll unless they absolutely have to roll. And usually that's just going to be the GM needing to make like an attitude check effectively. Like, what's your general perception on the matter? I don't know. Right here. No, attitude modifier is -2. Point one, he needs to roll above a 10. Hit, you determine your damage very easily. Here it is. You can roll 0, roll critical hits, big damage. Uh-oh, he rolls a shit ton, and he might kill someone outright. Now, defense points are also the same way. They just have a base damage reduction. And then determine what the final damage is. That's it. Now, if you get attacked, you need to make the same kind of check, but you're trying to avoid it. All you're trying to do when someone's trying to hit you is trying to beat that defense roll. Now, good news is that if you succeed, well, kind of like you reduce damage to the NPC through armor, determine how much damage to reduce. We use the rating table check, use the defense roll. You can't crit necessarily. Like, here's a good idea. Hey, no, was it double sixes? No, valid calculated 1 is greater than the NPC's attack evasion. Nope, evasion. Then you make it. Effectively, if you evade the attack, you don't need to worry about it. If you do get actually hit, what you end up doing is you take damage, and then you get to reduce the damage. So, again, my defense power is 9. Let's say I got hit for a couple damage. I rolled a 4. I would reduce it by 2 damage because I'm wearing that. I'm just wearing good armor. That's how it works. If you manage to just dodge, yeah, dodging is a completely valid tactic, by the way, which means that you should be a better warrior and with a good agility to dodge. You're seeing kind of a cycle here. Technically, there's also the way for allies to attack allies. Now we have the idea of the injury check. So, as a result of accumulated damage. So, if your life 4 points reaches 0, or become negative, completely unable to continue combat. Now, I take 5 damage. Okay, I take 5 damage. That means I'm at 4 out of 4 out of 9. 4 out of 9. I go down to 0. What happens at 0? Well, this is what's going to be occurring. So, now I'm going to have to make an injury check, which is the hit check plus the weapon combat skill. Yeah, with a target score of 7. Do you understand what I mean by we need to make another fucking check with a weapon combat skill is really important because it keeps you alive. And if it's negative, you actually add that as a negative value. So, let's roll the die. Let's say I've been knocked out and and they're fighting with no serious injury. I'm gonna roll the die, down the lane. I rolled a 5. Ooh, that's a fail. So I get a light injury. That's pretty bad. Ow, I'm in pain. I only rolled a 5. I'm not really doing well. I get a light injury. Let's say they were fighting serious though. 10. Miraculously, I only get a severe injury. I'm only on, horrifying death door. Yeah. This is what I mean, my combat is extremely dangerous. What are your thoughts on 10 Candles? 10 Candles is Monty Cook gimmick game. I've looked into 10 Candles. Some people think it's like the greatest thing ever. I'm not really big into gimmick games. Look at them. That's just not my kind of thing. I'm not a horror guy in general. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like nothing about it seems interesting to me personally. Someone might love it. That's their prerogative. Oh no. Yes, oh no indeed. This is why it's like, even a basic combat is going to be bad because injury hurts. And you may be wondering, why does injury hurt, Notepad? Well, yeah, they also have to, back. Because injury takes days or weeks to recover from. And if you get if you take a second light injury, it becomes a severe injury. You take any kind of injury and a severe injury, you just die. A bad combat is something that is going to cascade. That leads to magic. Now, spoiler warning about how magic functions in Scrapped Princess. Now, again, if you want to read it, if you want to do it, understand I'm going to do a little bit of spoiler stuff. When you see me scrolling again, feel free to hop back in. Now, one of the ideas behind magic in Scrapped Princess is that it's coding. Yes, it's coding, actually. Because the entire world is actually a far future super apocalypse setting. I believe takes place in the year 7000-ish. And when people are trained in magic, they are using code. They are literally coding reality to do things, and usually that involves people exploding. So when people are using, Divine Spear Gungear, what they are doing is they are programming the world to blow something up. Which is also one of the reasons why lawbreakers, people who like Scrap Princess herself, are so Jesus. Every time, scares the shit out of me. Give me 1 second, someone's at my door. Hello. I'm here. By the way, it's over, boys. I found him. Scam. Now, yeah, no. To give you an idea, just a little bit of a note here. My doorbell is the shrillest, most terrifying thing in the world. Like, like that's the thing. It is the shrillest, most terrifying thing you will ever hear, and it scares the shit out of me every time it goes off. Yeah, no, magic is coding. It is extreme big explosions. Most things are military magic formula. There's civilian magic, but they don't talk about civilian magic, really. Like, yeah, no, it is military magic, i.e. it's in a world where someone can cast cantrips, everyone decides to be Megumin. Like, I could probably use military magic and blow things up. Yeah, in most cases, large-scale destruction. Most things in life are catastrophic damage when it comes to using magic. You want to reduce the damage as much as physically possible. Which is weird, but I like it. I like the idea that as a magician, you are doing everything in your power to not go full power. You want to make life as hard as physically possible for yourself, because if you do go full power, if you are going sicko mode, people are going to get hurt. It is bad, explosion! And when you are allowed to go full power, when you are allowed to, kind of that, the fucking, Full Metal Alchemist, rip your shirt off kind of thing, being like, oh yeah, no, we're going full out, all out. It does feel impactful. Mostly because you can say, wait, hey, wait a second, it's only you and me in this barren wasteland. You know what we should, you know what I'm going to do? Divine Spear Gungnir. And I'm going to tear your face off and enjoy doing it. Yeah, as you kind of see, you get, for every skill point you invest, you learn new abilities to get things. I ended up with 3, because I have 3 points in Magical Theory. I have 3 spells. I have Phantom City Utagarda, Divine Spear Gungnir, and the Barrier Wall Midgard, because Barrier Guard Midgard is very nice. Now, the basic principle of magic, I kind of talked about the idea of how consciousness capacity already works. Higher your consciousness, more spells you can maintain. The size of the spell is how much you actually need for that spell. So if I have a size of 5, for example, I can cast it. However, if it's size 11, I actually can't cast it. It's too big for me. It's too complicated. Yeah, up to size 8 simultaneously. It means more if you're trying to summon multiple things rather than just do a, one and done instant cast kind of thing. This is the idea, though, of 5 turns of concentration of an incantation. 5 turns. Yes, you might be able to get 1 spell off normally. But mind you, that spell is also going to be the exploding cock and ball torture technique, in which someone explodes and everyone dies and everyone's having funny hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. You can still fail the activation check, though, which is very important, so you should have a really, really good ability to use magic. Now, this leads to linked activation spells. I don't want to do this bullshit anymore. I want to use it now. Hey, it's an action, but I have to take a +2 to the target score. And I get short-term fatigue equal to the magic size. Hey, instead of being able to cast this at a basic attack rating, I'm going to take it at, instead of being able to do this only TN7, I'm going to use this at TN9. So I'm going to roll my TN9 skill. So that would be, let's see, that's 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I just succeeded. I rolled 6, I got a +3. Technically, I've got a +5, but, you know. And I would be able to do it. But it's effectively a snap cast. You can cooperate with multiple people. More people who know the spell can increase the consciousness capacity of every. And then everyone has to make the check. On the other hand, instead of having a consciousness of 10, it's a consciousness of 20. It's a consciousness of 30. It's this huge, bigger and bigger spells. You want to do a big spell, you need multiple people. Then you do the math. Yep, right here. Baseline score using target score is typically 7. If it's higher, you're good. The big thing, though, is you could, in case of an incomplete activation, the rating increases by 10. Now, this is a little bit of a weird thing. Let's say I'm casting Divine Spear Gungnir and reduced power, and I fail the check. Oh no, I fail the check. The damage goes up to 30. Yeah, the damage would go up to rating 30 instead of rating 20. Because it's going to do more damage, and that means it's causing more collateral damage. And if it's more collateral damage, that means more people get hurt. A little bit, a little bit more, characters try to avoid killing and destruction, and increasing ratings is detrimental. Failing checks means things get more explodey. I have 8 buddies who know how to cast Greater Holocaust. They're gonna use a bit bad from this. Yeah, it's having multiple people cast something like, absolute cock and ball destruction torture super duper technique is like, yeah, okay, this person, you've murdered this person. Plus all the linked activation spells, plus everything else, you can really pump up a large target number here and it can be very difficult to cast certain spells. You may want to, I don't know, do literally anything to reduce that. This is where the idea of resistance, though, is you can target it by magic and reduce physical damage through methods such as avoiding direct hits or taking defensive stance to prepare for impact. So, if you're using magic, your magic theory plus intelligence bonus plus 2d6 is lower than their evasion, it's considered resisted. When character is targeted by magic compared to NPC's magic intensity, with combat weapon plus agility bonus. Yeah. The idea is if you fail to hit them, if you roll and you fail to actually get above whatever their attack evasion score is, they're going to resist it. The effect is going to be a lot less. As you kind of see here, is Divine Spear Gungnir, if they fail to resist it, they automatically die at full power. If they resist it, it's only a rating 50 attack. However, if it gets reduced down, if I'm reducing the power and they resist it, it goes down to rating 10 plus 5. There is a chance that it will do 6 damage, which is not really that much. And that's kind of like the big thing when it comes to like combat spells, is that you can resist them. It's almost guaranteed. Like, it's very likely if the former is less than equal ladder than successfully resisted. Yeah, like if you are getting targeted by a spell, you are probably going to take some damage, and it's going to hurt. You can further reduce the actual damage through armor, defense power, and damage reduction. Yeah, it's even taking a little bit of damage can hurt quite a bit. Magic theory level plus intelligence bonus. Turn magician, Sirius divine spear, Luber. Magic intensity of 10. Attack evasion speed of 6, rolling 2d6 plus 15. Resistance was successful. So, hey, magic theory level plus intelligence bonus with magic intensity 7. So, it would just be 3. So it's kind of the idea of like you can reduce the amount of damage that you would take drastically. Yeah, or be like, yeah, hey, determined by magic intensity -7, the value of the 50 column, rolling 2d6, you might take a shit ton of damage, but it's now -3. Hey, instead of taking 15 damage, you take 12 damage. Instead of this, you take, it's it's something. Yeah, Luber will probably survive. Any kind of magic is dangerous magic. That's one thing to note, and I like that idea. On the other hand, magic is... Players using magic are going to be getting a lot of fatigue very quickly. And you all can always do, hey, the emergency use, which can really fuck your day up, and you can get a lot of magic very quickly. Semi-autonomous magic, Force Angels, and Sea God inflict damage to the impact of their strikes. Autonomous, it's depending on like the complexity of how difficult certain magics are. So like, let's say for example, this is Thunder God Thor. A giant constructed from lightning energy pursues the target. Each turn perform a check with 20 attack points. The attack kick, it releases energy and the spell ends. The opponent doesn't evade. It automatically hits the target, and any others within 5 meters must resist. If the target fails to resist, it dies. If the target succeeds in resisting, it takes damage equal to rating 50 plus magic theory skill level minus intelligence bonus. So, effectively, the smarter you are, the less effective Thunder's God Thor is. And it is serious damage, so you can kill someone automatically with this. Unless, of course, you make it smaller. You want to make things a little bit smaller so you don't immediately explode. I think it's supposed to be plus intelligence bonus, but we're not going to tell them that. Or, hey, you're just using it to intimidate someone. What does that mean? Is that they're literally, they're still trying to avoid it. On the other hand, they won't hit you. You can just use it to fuck with someone. And a lot of these spells kind of do the same concept. It's like, hey, we have, hey, Power Celestial Magni. Creates a muscular form of force field. All these things. Sea God Aegir. Hey, Divine Spear Gungir. Shockwave. Creates a hole approximately 2 meters in diameter. Yeah, no, it's, I can break and destroy buildings with this thing. And it's always treated as serious damage. It's always probably going to kill you. Yeah, it's like, okay, hey, reduce power. Hey, it's intimidation use. Just trying to graze. Graze people. Hey, you want to do that? Hey. There's quite a few different things that you can do to change things. One thing to note as well is that whoever formatted this book is an insane person, and I want to throw a rock at you. Please, God, fix this. It annoys me to no end. Then you have tactical offensive magic. Yeah, it doesn't have as much power as strategy type, it doesn't fit within the framework of offensive attack magic. What does this mean? Yeah, no, it's yeah. Heavenbreaker Ragnarok. Yeah, destroy target with powerful shockwave. Massacre Dragon Nidhogg. Yeah, you joke about Greater Holocaust. There is the Greater Holocaust spell. Have no fear. I can technically cast Massacre Dragon Nidhogg by myself. Yeah, if the opponent within the area failed to resist, they die from the air shock. If the target succeeds in resisting, it deals rating 50 plus all of these things. A little bit of damage. That's literally just, oh, I'm going to throw Ragnarok at you. Yeah, no, same thing with the Heavenbreaker Ragnarok. If you and your best friend, gather up together gather up the boys and Ragnarok someone. Yeah, no. Yeah, or demonic celestial wolf Fenrir. Yeah, you want to cast Fenrir on someone, and then everyone in the area is annihilated. Yeah, there's no, like, toning these spells. It's all or nothing. We are exploding, everyone dying. And then you get, like, some more useful ones, like Barrier Shield, Barrier Wall, Midgard, which is all about protecting an area. Hey, as long as it holds, we're going to be safe. Which you can change the shape, change things. Hey, I did, like, a Phantom City. Hey, it's a project desired illusions. If I change shape, I get to do bigger things. Hey, you're welcome to Paradise Asgard. I'm good. You know, Fairy Game, Alfheim, you know, there's a lot of different little spells. I like that idea. I like how powerful magic feels. If magic is a little bit formatted weird, because graphic design is my passion. It happens, okay? Negotiations and debates are probably like the big thing about the game, though. You are trying to debate and you're trying to negotiate with people to do things. Effectively, there's two of them. Negotiation is simple. Debates are a little bit more... That's effectively social combat. A negotiation is, I am attempting to use a skill to get you to do something. Hey, I want to intimidate you. I want to seduce you. I want to use diplomacy. I want to persuade you. I want to bribe you. Little things like that. You attempt to approach the negotiation. You can do it. If you do it, something happens. Hey, talk rapidly and overwhelming. You're trying to deceive someone. Hey, I'm trying to charm you. Diplomacy is literally using facts and logic to negotiate, and while persuasion is the appealing to their emotions. Quite literally, diplomacy is smart people talk where you use facts and logic to destroy the liberal mind, while persuasion is using liberal magic to appeal to others. Can you play Ben Shapiro in this game? Yes, you can in fact play Ben Shapiro in this game. And I think that's really all we need to know about this game. So, target scores for negotiation checks. Usually things are pretty easy. You kind of see it's like, okay, easy enough to understand. Hey, are you friends with someone? Hey, is this inappropriate? Is this appropriate? +1, -1. Like, hey, I want to seduce thee. What would be, if you're a handsome man, what would be an appropriate person to attempt to seduce? Would it be the lovely barmaid or the gruff knight? Probably the lovely barmaid's going to be a little bit more receptive toward it. I want to persuade the knight is going to be a little bit easier, probably. That's kind of the idea. Kind of use what's appropriate situation. If you use what's appropriate, you get bonuses. Beat it, you do it. Cool. Easy peasy, lemon yo squeezy. This leads to debates, though. Debates quite literally use a combat. It's the combat system. You have a lot. It is quite literally Ben Shapiro facts and logic strike power. Your logic strike is how much damage you do to their psyche. Now, as you can see, my logic attack power with my diplomacy skill is 18. I can blow up your mind using just how smart I am. When I'm debating using facts and logic. Now, the thing is, You have to confirm the points of debate, find your keywords, find out what you're actually negotiating. The idea is that you're trying to reduce the baseline score down to actually be able to hit it. It might be difficult to actually hit it, but hey, you said this, so we want to do this. Hey, wait a second. You don't actually want to fight. You want to do this. Remember, you can do this in the middle of combat. Hey, wait a second. Your guys are injured currently. We're not. That's a keyword. There's a piece of evidence saying you should just run. You should just get out of here. Take your wounded and leave. You don't actually want to fight us because we are kicking your ass currently. Hey, oh, well, that's appropriate. Let's decrease. If you try to say, well, we're kicking your ass and half of you are half dead, it's irrelevant. It's like, it's not going to change, or it's inappropriate. Or you might terminate the debate in general. Yeah, it's just like, hey, and then you both make a logic attack. Yep, both of you make a logic attack at one another. And whoever is highest deals full damage to one another. You literally have autism wave combat against one another, and you can deal logical damage to one another. Yeah. So, yeah, if you inflict logical damage to your opponent equal to the logic strike power on the rating table, when dealing partial damage, because yes, you can inflict partial damage on someone. Mostly if you hit each other equally, you will do only a small amount of damage. It is entirely possible to do no damage, and you can crit technically. Yes, you can crit and deal even bonus logic damage. Oh yeah. Debates can be settled in maybe 2 rounds if you know what you're doing. The big thing is if you fail a debate, you get a negative creed, or you end up with a moral collapse. Moral collapsing is when, hey, you get 0 skills in everything. This is not fun for anyone, including you. On the other hand, during combat, if they say fuck you, they can just get +2 to everything and double their damage, and that hurts. Yeah, nihilistic world, fear of failure, fate as an excuse, fear over some excessive guilt. Uh-oh. Ow. Is Kurosawa the GM? Like, honestly, playing it like that is maybe not the worst idea in the world. Playing it in the idea that in the middle of a fight, you can just have a debate about the ethics of the battlefield and be like, yeah, we don't really want to fight. Okay, we're leaving. Can love truly bloom on the battlefield? I think so. The only thing that's weird about debates is that you can't use literally any of your other skills except diplomacy and persuasion. Like cajoling, intimidation, none of that applies to debate. It's just diplomacy and just persuasion. And that does lead to like a weird situation. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. Because in A Song of Ice and Fire, the RPG by Green Ronin, the ideal party setup was Hodor being ridden by Tyrion Lannister. That was usually the ideal situation. And why is that the ideal situation? Because you have someone who can win every social combat minigame, and you have someone who can win every combat. If they just master blaster their way through, the 7 kingdoms, it becomes infinitely funnier. However, the goal really of that game was to place them in situations that hurt them more than it hindered. How do I want to word this? You wanted to place the Tyrion Lannisters, your Peter Baelishes, in situations in which their physical capabilities were being called up. You needed to place Hodors in situations where their social stuff came up. Both of these were not ideal. This game kind of does that as well, where you can build a character who's a charismatic powerhouse and can just, fucking Ben Shapiro blast their penises off as easy as can be. You need to put him in physical situations. You need to get him into a fight somehow, because that's how he's going to be threatened. On the other hand, Biff McStronghuge, whose entire goal in life is to, chop people in half with a single sword strike, probably going to need to be put in a social situation to have some problems. That's kind of the weird, when it comes to weirder things. So yeah. Then we get injury status. There are technically, as you can kind of see, unharmed, minor, light, severe, and dead. Yeah. Maybe hurt a bit, or be bothersome, or light internal bleeding. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, you don't take any penalties here, but then that's a -2, which is painful, and that's a -4. That's still pretty pain. Yeah, taking even a little bit of damage is not fun for anyone involved. Yeah, so to give you an idea, light injuries, it heals naturally in 6 weeks. If medicine skill is successful within 1 day, it'd be the number of successes times 1. Times 1 week. So yeah, if it becomes 0 or less, the status is immediately recovered to a minor injury. Yeah. Yeah. Minor injuries heal pretty quickly. One successful medicine check will be reduced by 1 week. The second success will reduce it by 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's 6 weeks base. And then severe injuries take 6 months unless you make a medicine skill check. Yeah, recovery will be faster by a number of successes times 1 month. So yeah. Yeah, you can technically be extremely injured for like half a year in this game. Or you could just die. That's also an option. Yeah, like normal failures, worsening of injuries. Like, the more injuries you get, the worse the injury is going to get. And you kind of also get this as well, where it's like you can take multiple light injuries, but you have to just reset the time effectively. You don't want to get more injuries. Hey, I'm recovering after 6 months on the road. Ow. That's why you don't want to get in combat, really. That's the thing. You don't want to get into combat, because combat can kill you. Combat hurts. Especially if you don't really have a doctor of any variety. Like, a serious injury is you're out of the fight for quite a while. But is that a bad thing? It's only -4 to physical checks. Not mental or social, for that matter. Maybe you're going to have a couple sessions where you're debating people. So, then you have fatigue rules. Fatigue rules kind of talk about the same thing. It's the measure of your mental power. The mental, how much, kind of your debate ability, your debate health. You're going to be increasing this very quickly. Especially if you get like long-term ones, excessive self-defense, serious combat in general will actually just give you more stress, or killing an opponent. Yes. Yeah, no, you can several times determine the actual fatigue. You can be completely out of like your gourd effectively if you kill people. Yeah, no, killing 1 or 2 people can ramp up your ability to do this. And if you get, yeah, it gets hard. The worse person you are, the worse you are at debating, the worse at combat you get, the worse at everything you get. And when you're really bad at debating, that means people are going to give you negative creeds, which is going to make you a bad person some more. It's awful. Yeah. Generally speaking, you're going to get SP very consistently, and that SP is going to be spent on anything. Mostly, also your ability scores. You want to get 2 SP for 1 ability score. You cannot increase your consciousness capacity, though. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you're like, hey, buying bag, disadvantageous creeds. Yeah, if you get a bad creed, you may want to also get it out. You're like, I don't want this anymore. And 2 SP to get rid of it. There are actually feats, but feats are kind of weird, but we don't, that's an optional rule. But if we go down here, Game Master section, kind of talks about how to how to determine certain things, various different target numbers. Generally speaking, 7 is your average. Generally 7, 9, and 11 are kind of like your basic ones. Like, even, if task success would go down in history as a 22 kind of thing. This is why having like a +5 means a lot, because a +5 effectively means you are never going to fail an easy check anymore. Like, it is extremely hard. And, but, the higher you get, even the best experts face the possibility of failure. Then they give you a missing scenario, kind of give you a scenario to play around with. We got our three main characters, obviously. Various characters, various situations that you can kind of go into. Then they talk to you how to create a scenario, obviously. This is pretty simple stuff. This is kind of what I mean by, like, the basic thing. So we want to, like, a regular soldier. They have an agility, they act on 12. Generally speaking, they have 8. If they want to hit you or you want to dodge, it's a target number of 8. Strike points of 5. They deal 5 damage. They resist 5 damage. And generally speaking, they get fucked up pretty fast. Yeah, soldiers are pretty tough. They are tougher than me. I am not a soldier by any stretch of the imagination. Contrasting them like a knight commander can be dangerous. A magician can be very dangerous. Luckily, though, we can fight a fucking tiger. Yeah, you want to fight a tiger? Neither do I. I don't want to fight a tiger because I'm going to die. Yeah, you can fight you can fight a giant monkey. Kind of very basic stuff. They kind of talk to you about special character data. So these are the special characters, all made with 116 SP. These are the special. These are full creators. You can play them. You can play Pacifica Castle. She's the titular. She is the titular scrapped princess. Shannon Castle. And Raquel Castle. Yep. And then this is the full scratch rules. If you want to make a character right off the bat, full customization and everything there, this is what you have to use. This includes taking being a D Knight or something like that. No talent for magic. You're a lawbreaker in general. Hey, you don't listen to others. You don't receive logical damage from debates. Yeah, things like that. And then they kind of tell you about how to make sword rule characters, a bunch of different terms, and a couple commentary on what the game is and stuff like that. And that is Scrapped Princess. Do I like Scrapped Princess? Yeah, I like this game. It's a nice, simple game that's actually kind of interesting in its own right. It does enough different from Sword World to be interesting to read. I like the idea that it has all the different I can fucking think real fast. I like it how it has different ways of doing combat. Combat's not really emphasized, but you should engage in combat sometimes, but sometimes you shouldn't. You have to do debate. You have to be a good person. You get more speed by being a good person. A lot of little things that all kind of collapse together to be just interesting. Wish they gave us some more detailed on the setting, but I guess you should just read the story or watch the anime. Overall, translation's good. If you want to look at that, I would recommend it. Probably find it somewhere. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. I like it. We're gonna go to the next game here. The next game is Revulture. This was also translated this year, a couple months ago at this point, also by my boy Sang. God bless Sang. This is Reach the Sky Revulture. Now, of course, you're saying Reach the Sky Revulture is technically by someone we've talked about before. It is by someone named Fuyu Draco. That's, well, the group name at least. Fuyu Draco is Draconian. Now, we've talked about them slightly before, but we've seen some of their games as well. They do quite a few different, scenarios and such. One of the bigger ones they've done is Where Was It? Now, you, even they did another one. But we've talked about, Evander in the Black Sword, Leveridol. Leveridol has been on the list for belonging for a while because it's just the Rose and Maidens RPG. And I believe this is a budget Gundam. Another mech game, which you're going to notice is also a fairly common trend among Draconians. I like Draco. I think they've done some very interesting things. I do follow them, actually. They've got a lot of different games here. They've kind of... Yep, I'm going to Ruin's various characters' RPG scenarios that they write a lot. That is what they do and how they choose to do things. Generally, they have a pretty good reputation. I like most of their stuff. They're not as big. I believe they have a completely different website for certain things, because they've done this game as well. Oh, God. They're one of those things where they put their games in different places. I don't know if they're all in the right ones. I could probably try to hunt them down more. But, yeah, there's quite a few different games. Draco... Don't go away, Shyness. There's quite a few games this company has done. Quite a few different games that I want to see more of course. Obviously. Sang did a lot of these guys. Use the Diaclock system. Oh boy, you want to use the Diaclock system? Here's their SRD. Ta-da! Yeah, Stella Knights. Stella Knights was one of the ones, various secret pages, Yeah, no, this is the people who wrote Revulture. Revulture is a little weird, though. You may be wondering, why is it weird? Because this is a 2-player game. Mean by that, this game is for 1 player and 1 GM. However, the GM isn't really acting like a GM in a way. Kind of weird, but let me explain. Effectively, one of you is the Chevalier. Chevalier over here, and one of you is the Fiancé. The Fiancé is effectively someone who knows what's going on because they're the ones in your giant robot, because it's a giant robot game. They're the one in the giant robot running the comms console. They are the ones who is seeing what's happening while the Chevalier is actually piloting the damn thing. Makes a little bit more sense when I open up our example character a little. Let me bring out Revulture. Now, as you kind of see here, I have quite a lot. There's 2 different sheets here. Now, this is our Chevalier. This is our main character. What you're supposed to do is you write down all of the information, and then you are literally supposed to fold it and cut this out. Yep, you're supposed to cut this section out and hand it to your partner over here. And hand it to your partner. They're supposed to do the same thing. Both of you have this information about one another, but the GM, the fiancé, does not actually give you any of this information. While the Chevalier doesn't really give the GM all of this information either. Effectively, you're trying to you're trying to talk to one another about what's going on and how to avoid one another, avoid the disaster unfolding in front of you. It's an interesting way of doing things. Very different way of doing things, though. I think it's interesting, so let's talk about it a little bit. So, basic story. Let's see if we can find a good section to talk about the lore a little bit here. So no, that's definitely. Let's find a good picture for the lore. Lore, I fucking love lore. It seems like a lot. It's really not. So, in the future, we create something called Zyade particles. What is a Zyade particle? They are effectively the Vunda particle. However, good news, it's insane and we can win every war now. Problem, everyone's shooting each other with Zyade particles. This effectively causes the environment to super duper collapse, and because everything keeps getting disintegrated. Most of Earth now is called the Grey Wasteland. Nothing is out there except death. You are a Revulture. Effectively, well, you are not a Revulture, you are a Chevalier. You are a super soldier, sort of. Well, you have super soldier DNA in you that can use a Revulture, which is effectively a super combat mech. However, it has a lot of strain on you because of how it operates. So you have a fiance. At one point, they were genetically designed, but now they can kind of be anyone. They are the ones taking the mental load off of you to pilot the mech successfully. Effectively, you are piloting a Darling in the Franxx. Alone, you're probably going to go insane or die horribly. Together, you have a chance. Mostly because we created a thing called Sky Eaters. What are Sky Eaters, though? Well, in easy ways of looking at it, Sky Eaters are, how do I want to word this nicely? Let me bring up a picture of a Sky Eater to kind of more give you an idea of why they're a little spooky. So, Sky Eaters are gigantic death robots we made that shoot Zyade particles that eradicate everything, and they really hate humans, mostly because we program them to kill non-humans. The problem is they take it a little bit too literally, and there are very few pure-blood humans left, so everyone should die. Ta-da! Yeah, no, these things are super giant and probably going to rip you in half violently. And some of them are mythical, giant mythical creatures that do shit like this and shoot death beams at you, and they want to kill you. So yeah, no, it's not looking great for us. Not looking great for us. But you are a Revulture pilot. You are a Chevalier, and you and your fiance have to stop the Sky Eaters from threatening your Bastion home, and shenanigans ensue. I get it. Revulture, yes. So, what I mean by this game is technically a two-player game. It is kind of as it says. It is, at its core, it's two players who cooperate to weave a unique story that belongs to their world. In words of one very simple syllable, you are effectively, it's just you two telling a story about how your two characters get along, or at least deal with, because you're both very important. You do fight in giant death mechs, though. That's the thing. Yeah, it's giant death mechs. It is cool, though. So, now these are our two characters. Of course, we have Ai Tachibana, who is our fiancé. She is, of course, totally, she was surgically created to become a fiance. However, she is also in love with you, which is Kaito Shirogane, because Kaito is your normal Chevalier, and he's the mayor of his little town. Yeah, he's a very direct person who pilots one of the Argentavis? Argentavis? He pilots a big, fast robot with a gun. Now, this seems really complicated, but remember, as a player, as a PC, if you are a player, you are literally just going to be seeing this. As a GM, you will be seeing this. Because as a GM, you know what the enemy looks like. Yeah, the player does not. So that is you giving them information. So, really the most basic concept of the game is that conversation. Someone is playing the Chevalier, someone is playing the Fiancé, it's your two's relationship, leading up to a confrontation with a Sky Eater, and then you all descend back home and everyone kisses each other, because it's, you know, kissu kissu, lavu lavu. I love you, you love me. Yeah, it's like that. Literally just like that. It is a game about roleplay. Enjoy your partner's reaction. Enjoy the roleplay. That is the most important thing in the world. However, this isn't to say that this is going to be like a little pansy, little baby story game where you roll 2d6 and figure out whether or not you do something stupid. No. You're going to be rolling 15d6 at least. You're going to like having that many dice. Now, one thing to note is when it says 15d6, it isn't quite accurate. I think you could probably play this game reliably with 10. However, that's going to be 10 per player. Probably, but you will need probably a bit more. I would say 10 would be dead minimum. If you're playing this on like a VTT, having physical dice or like having a way to physically represent dice would be a lot easier based on how the system actually works. Now, there are a couple other sheets, and I'm going to bring up sheets right now if I Revulture. So, this is the combat map. Just trying to give everyone the heads up here. This is the archive sheet. Yep, this is our... this is what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be archiving our abilities and such. Hey, what's going on? But... Yep, and this is like how to play properly, get sleep, understanding the world. It's pretty interesting. I like the idea. It's lore at the end of the day. It's deep lore. Deep lore TM. 15d6? Yes. 15d6. And it seems excessive. Here's the thing. It seems excessive. It is not. That's the funny thing. So, generally, let's create characters together. Try to figure out how everyone works. It's a game that likes to reiterate things to you a lot. So, this is your this is your Chevalier aptitude and your Fiancé aptitude. These don't do anything immediately. This is literally story things. Hey, you are a character. Yeah, you are a character. I have physical modification. I did not have the ability to be a Chevalier. However, I did a physical modification to become this way. Hey, my Fiancé was born with a high aptitude from a Fiancé. Your back has been carbon made. Your back has a carbon made connector for linking to the mech. Hey. Oh yeah, no, you're just actually an AI. Yeah, you literally have a... You're not actually barely physical. You have a robot body, or you are literally a black box that I talk to in one. I want to sex my mech. Why? My wife is my mech. Like literally, you can just say my wife is my mech. Now, your story also does nothing. Nah, this really doesn't do anything for you. All this is again, it's story. As a Chevalier, who are you? Well, you're tired. You're migrant, hey, you're a merc, you're a town guardian, you're a mayor, or you're just a knight. Or hey, you love the Chevalier. You have a contract, a blood connection, infinite trust. You want to kill this. You want to kill the Chevalier. You just want to kill them. Yeah. What do you want to do? I want to murder my partner. I want to kill them. Sign in your appearance, some names. That's really it. It's not really that complicated. That's one of those very odd things. Now, the emotion circuits do mean something. Your emotion circuit is a limiter prepared to protect the Chevalier themselves, but not the fiancé. What is that? Your emotion circuit, you can trigger these emotion circuits during combat to get bigger things. However, some of these things are memories. Some of these things are promises and happy things. When you burn them, bad things happen, but you get superpowers. Now, our memories, our emotion circuits, is a vague promise to get married, and Kaito saving me from certain death. So, generally speaking, Kaito here, Mr. Kaito Shirogane, is generally a nice guy. Now, and I truly loves him. He doesn't quite understand why, though. That's what's going on. That's the story. What goes on now? Now we create our cool-ass mechs. Now, this is the most basic way to make a mech. The most basic way is you choose a frame, and you choose 2 chronicles, which is a weird way of saying perks effectively, and 2 weapons. That's really it. Kind of wish they gave you a better understanding of how certain things worked for it, though, but it happens. So, let me, yeah, let me see if I can find this. So, this is one of the most basic mechs available. This is the mech that I went with the basic bitch mech. Welcome to the Argentavis. Why is this an interesting and basic mech? So, our Xiade energy is 7d6. What does that mean? During combat, what we're going to do is we're going to be taking 7d6 and rolling them. These 7d6, you can treat them kind of like your action points. Now, during combat, during situations, you can be using these dice to do something. Now, you can see here, hey, I can move 2 cells. I can move 2 cells for 1 die. So I look at my dice and, well, I want to get rid of that 1. I can now move 2 cells. Oh, hey, I want to move 6 cells. Well, I'm going to take 2 dice away now. That's kind of the basic idea. You can hold up to a maximum of 10 of these Xiade energy dice. So, on average, you're really encouraged to spend them, but then you want to spend as much as you can while making sure you can protect yourself as much as you can. That's the secret. Now, your shield is actually your health. Because Xiade energy is so lethal, so dangerous, that if your shield breaks, you're out of the fight. Because you're going to get tapped once and explode. Now, your shield durability is the health per shield slot. You can kind of think that you have 35 health here. However, if you kind of see here, anytime you take 7 damage, you mark off one of your shields. You lose all your shields, you die. Enemy applies the same thing. Certain abilities, certain effects, certain things trigger when you're at lower shield, and you might be able to get back shields or get back durability. Just the way that it goes. Now, every single mech gets effectively 2 abilities by themselves. Now, we get this. After I roll the dice, I can increase or decrease the outcome of 1 die by 1. So I roll this, I roll my dice. I'm like, you know what? I don't like that 1. I want to convert that 1 into a 2. Or ooh, man, that's a terrible 6. I want to take that 6 into a 5 because I know exactly what I want to do with it. As can be. That's all you need to do. That is where that 15d6 comes from. Because you're going to need a lot of d6s for both you and the enemy. Both going to be rolling these dice and throwing them effectively at one another. Circulatory Zyad energy before you spend energy. It's the outcome of one piece of energy you consume by 3. I want to do a boatload more damage. And there are quite a few different mechs here. You kind of see there are some more esoteric ones, the Pelagornis, who are trying to literally trying to snipe people effectively. Other ones are trying to be a little bit more aggro. Some of them are a little bit different. All of them do something different. This leads into weapons. Now, weapons have a couple of broad varieties, but what you want to do is you want to combine a weapon that suits your mech, or what you plan on doing with your mech, with what you are using. So, when in doubt, use this. So, I have a Gelgrint AR. What is the Gelgrint AR? Oh my. Well, obviously, as you see, I can attack from 1 to 3 cells. They are a distance of 2. I can shoot them with my gun, go bang, bang, bang. I can shoot you in the face. Hey, I want to say, the energy cost is 1 to 2 dice. That means I can spend either 1 die or 2 die. And that determines how much energy I'm at. Which is more and more damage, which is more and more abilities, which is more and more things I'm doing. I want to do as much damage as I physically can to fuck your day up. That hit determines how much damage I'm actually going to be doing. So, you kind of see this. Perform attack check 3 dice against a single target. Or 2 or more, add 3 to the damage. What that means is I've spent 2 of my energy dice, and that means I'm going to take 3d6, I'm going to roll, and I need to roll a 4 or under. Rolled that, I got 2 hits. That means I add 3 points of damage. Bingo bango, I've done quite a bit of damage. I shoot you, I deal damage, everyone gets a little bit more hurt. Now, all of these do something slightly different. And some of them are things like this. Hey, a single target, number of hits is 1 or more, add 3. What's the hit? The highest die of the spent energy. I have a 6. Anything under a 6 hits. So everything hits, and you can do a lot of damage. But you may only have a 4 available. Maybe you want to spend that 5, maybe you want to spend a 5 on something else. That's kind of the secret there. Now, short rifles will have a lower range, but it's, hey, total of the energy spent, perform 3, attack 3 dice against single target. Some of them are very easy, some very simple. And some of them can be very overpowered. Well, not really overpowered. Such as the Aria machine gun. Now, why is the Aria machine gun really good? 1 to 2. Lowest die of energy spent requires 2 dice. Oh, hey, I got 2 5s. I'm going to now roll 7d6. Let me roll 7d6. I've spent 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's my last? 6. Okay, there we go. Got another d6. Let's see how much damage I do. Let's see. Oh, 1, 2, 3. I did 7 damage, which is probably going to crack a shield. But do I have 2 5s? Do I have the energy required for that? That's usually the thing you're trying to do. You want to play it. You want to play of what you have. Mostly because shields pop. What do I mean by shields pop? Effectively, when you hit 0 durability on a shield, it pops and all of the excess damage is lost. That means it's really powerful when you use something like a WG here. If you use WG, it goes to the next damage, it goes to the next shield. You might have an ability, the enemy might have an ability saying, oh, hey, when it destroys a shield, it destroys another shield. And you can have things that go like that. Damage can mount up very quickly in this game. Or you're going to be biffing every attack because you can't roll for shit. But you may want to have low dice in certain situations. Low dice are really good for when you need to move. Because if you're moving, that means you're spending less. Alternatively, if sometimes you want to spend as much as physically possible. Yeah, so I'm like, I chose something very basic. So I just kind of see, I went with the Gelrint AR because Gelrint's nice and reliable. If I hit pretty good, I can get some good abilities on there. And the Cosmia Snow White. So if I want to do that, if I move 3 cells, pretty much if I boost, I can spend that. And if I boost, I can get a lot more bonus damage on. 4D against lowest die of energy. I spend some cheap dice. I get some 5s and 6s. I got options. Getting close means I can do a lot of damage very quickly. I might be able to do 1 or 2 damage, or I can do a lot more. Especially when I combine it with, hey, I want to increase my dice around. Hey, I want to change I want to change some of my, dice, my dice around to be stronger. I want to do request fire support. After I hit you with an attack, I can just shoot you with a gun from my giant mobile fortress. Or the indomitable raptor. Select 1 die and change the outcome to any result. Hey, that's what I'm trying to do. I am trying to manipulate my dice to get as high as physically possible if I want to, but also be able to know how to manipulate it. Blades are pretty similar to one another. Usually they have a single gimmick, which you really you can play this game very optimally, or you can just say that sounds cool. I went with that sounds cool. Now, Chronicles are perks. You can have 2 perks, and some of these are say, hey, you get more movement, but you get some problems here. Heavy armor, you get more durability, but you move slower. Dyad armor, you can only get 1 armor type, but then you get things like, hey, you're an ace. What does being an ace mean? Get this. You're a ghost. Get this. Zayad energy equal to the number of energy consumed for this attack check. Ooh. Hey, wait a second. So if I spend 3 actions, if I spend 3 Zayad energy doing something, I get more energy next. I get more energy. Then I get more energy. What do you want to do? You can build a lot of different abilities in this game. And that's kind of one of the points about it, is saying, hey, these things move together really nice. These 2 things are clicking together. Hey, this looks cool. Hey, this looks cool. Saying, hey, this looks cool is a very valid tactic. I like that about it. There's quite a few of these. It seems like, oh man, this seems excessive. It's really not. Some of them are pretty simple stuff. Hey, just increase the hit value by 2. That's all you do. That's all you need. Hey, it's a letter. What does the letter mean? You bring letters. Reroll all the dice you rolled. Hey, cool. You can do that. A carved promise. You want to do something? Destroyed the purge lever. Because purging is a very specific attack. As long as you have 1 shield, as long as you are there, everything goes up by 1. It's harder to hit you, and it's easier to hit them. Because we'll die together. Unless we high five, this mech won't start. Yeah. Yeah, you can high five. Yeah, these are some of the like the very basic ones that they kind of like recommend that you use. These are what the this is what they actually look like. It's interesting that they kind of remind me of TSF. If any of you know Muv-Luv, they remind me kind of like TSF by way of Armored Core. Very Armored Core-esque, the way they kind of look, the two weapons set up, and the way everything kind of moves around. They kind of get like how to build strong mech, do all these things. Yeah, after that, it's pretty simple stuff. Like, preparation, how to do everything. Then you have days. Days are your RP sections. You can be like, you can RP for as long as you want, but keep it to like 10 minutes. Yeah, including, yeah, don't forget about scheduling everything. But yeah, it's like, hey, you ever, like, literally RP for like 10 to 30 minutes. Don't worry, it's fine. Write in your emotion circuit. Kiss you, love you, everyone explodes. Now, the briefing is what's going on, how are we doing it, why are we doing it? And then we have the mission. What's our, really there are only there's one thing, whoever dies first. Whoever dies first loses. And so, kind of what's happening, you forget the role play, especially when you're not familiar with the game. Or exactly, it's challenging. It's perfectly fine, you can't do it right away. Respond to the fiance's reports with your lines. Say cool lines when attacking it. Show concern for the fiance when attacked. But yeah, it's... Yeah, the form of analysis and observations. Convey almost all information during combat, such as current position of Sky and the next action to take. Yeah, so the entire idea is that as a GM, you're not really playing the enemy. The enemy's kind of doing its own thing. You have to iterate to the player what the enemy is doing in character. So if you are playing a character who is just in love with the Chevalier, they might be clouded in their judgment sometimes, and they might give bad information because that's the character you were playing. They might give perfect information, but the idea is, hey, prepare specific lines to say in predetermined times. That's it. Hey, it's moved. Powerful attack is incoming. Are you okay? Hey, this is happening. Oh no, they're doing damage. It's a very different kind of game in that. So, combat begins. Ending conditions one side's shield reaches 0. Basic idea. So, remember abilities, use your abilities, and then we have gaining energy. As I said before, what you're going to be doing, you're going to be taking the number of d6s equal to your Xi8 energy and rolling them. Because the more Xi8 energy you have, the more dice that you have to work with. And that means higher dice to do things with. You kind of see here, this is where you're supposed to literally put them. On a table, it's a little bit easier. Like on a VTT, that's why I say like it's even convenient to be able to like have a physical die to be able to put it onto the table to see I have a 3, 6, a 5, 6 or whatever. I've got these dice in front of me. I think you can do that in Roll20. I think you can do that in... Can you even do that in Roll? You know what? I'm gonna ask the one man who knows Roll. The one human being available who knows Roll. Scribble! Actually, no, everyone in Scribble, sir. Scribble's not available. Damn! It's over. It's so over, Queens. But yes. The big idea here is the main doc. Start of the mission, the contents of the main doctrine are revealed, only the effects but not the condition. Yeah, effectively, the player, the GM can only give like what's going on, but not why it's happening. Yeah, but without knowing the conditions, it will be more fun challenge to predict whether each main doctrine will be used, right? Do not worry, it's always there for the Chevalier. Yeah, will accurately inform which main doctrine the Sky Eater will use, utilizing their exceptional analytical skills or intuition. So, this is what it would be like. So, if the condition is, if the Revulture is at flight level 1 to 5, level 1 to 5, hey, it's going to do this. And hey, it's going to be a 13d6 attack check to deal 5 bajillion damage. How? Yeah, it becomes a target of a new doctrine if it fits the conditions. Beyonce will reveal this each time. Yeah, it's impossible to completely evade their attacks at any flight level. Effectively, there's no point to completely say I'm safe. Every position on the map is always going to be filled with at least one kind of attack, even if it is just this is an attack to drag you back down. With always be doctrine lower power. And that's kind of the idea. What you're trying to do as the GM is say, okay, I know what's going to be happening. I know when the conditions are. I don't know. I can't give you the conditions, though. You have to suss that out, but I can tell you you're going to get fucking annihilated if you stay here. Please move. I am begging you. Danmaku game. To a degree, it's kind of like a Danmaku game. It makes a little bit more sense. I don't know why they reveal like the Sky Eater stuff so late on. But yeah, generally speaking, you can attack, move, or use an ability. As long as you have the ability, as long as you have dice to do it. If you have dice to do actions, you can do it. I can hold up, actually, no, hell, I even got that wrong. It's 20, I thought it was 10. And hold up to twice the number of energy indicated by your frame. So yeah, I can hold up 14 energy at any point and just unleash myself. However, usually it's not going to be a lot. 2's die fifth, it's 2. Yep, and then execute the effects. But yeah, always try to be moving. Using Zyad energy for movement. You want to move around. Again, to kind of explain 2 cells, 1 die. Now, as again, this is going to make a little bit more sense with a flight level. If I'm doing an action that is, say, like move 2, I can go 1, 2. I can move up to 4. You know, if I'm at 2, I want to move up 2, go 1, 2. If I can move 6, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can just shotgun your way up. Or move down, you're trying to find like your ideal level of where your weapons work and they can do as little damage as possible. But they're also going to be moving to try to make sure that you can get killed. And that's where things get painful. And again, some of them are pretty simple. Others of them can get a little bit... You can do wombo combo bullshit if you... And that's the beautiful thing. Again, you want to do wombo combo bullshit. However, when you perform an attack, it performs a reaction doctrine. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that easy. But the reaction doctrine. Effectively, anytime after you deal all your damage and all your attack checks, it's going to do something. Yeah, it's going to attempt to do something. Mostly, it's going to be moving. It's going to be attempting to it's going to try to move it. It's going to be trying to, hit you harder. It's going to try to be doing something to fuck your day up. And that's the point. On the other hand, this is what I mean by, like, it's kind of AI driven. Like, in theory, you could probably play this game completely randomly because there are, some reactions, because the GM is making the calls for the Sky Eater, obviously. They have all the information. Remember that. They have all of the information here. The player has all the information here, though. The player knows what's going on. what the effects are. We do not know the conditions on which they are in. Yep, and that's really it. So, basic attack doctrines, powerful attack. Then we got our basic reactions, we got our basic attacks. And then you have the genocide doctrine, which is the oopsie doopsie, this is going to be painful. A situation by the end of the turn. Oh no, it's going to, targeted by an attack check. So, what happens when I'm getting attacked? When I'm going to die? Use abilities. Now, if you have an emotion circuit, you can perform a Zyad Sphere. Effectively, you hold out your hands and say, I'm not going to die today. Uh-oh. You effectively half the damage coming at you. However, you use this. You are trying to... It is a mitigation of that, but you're not using that instead of other more powerful... yeah. After all process of an attack check are finished, the Revulture can move once. Yep. That's one of the big things, too, is you can move. If you manage to dodge or take minimal damage, dodge. Leave. Danmaku that shit. Get the hell out of Dodge. Yes, and when the Genocide Doctrine, attack that bring down civilizations. Hey, when very certain conditions are met, then they do things. Hey, these are huge attacks. You can evade them. Yeah. There's a chance to evade genocide by removing the Revulture, attacking, taking specific actions. Basic things like that. I am late. What Kazuna core is this? This is Revulture. This is a 2-player game. This is a 2-player game about piloting a mech, except the GM is also in the cockpit with you. I think that's the best way of summarizing this game. It's about 2 people piloting a mech, except the GM is in the cockpit. And that replicates air combat divided into cells. Pretty easy stuff. You can move through all the cells. Again, roll the dice. Equal or high. Oh, it's equal or higher. I thought it was equal or lower. That's another game. Damn it. Sing! Gotta remind him about that. Yeah, it's lower. So you kind of see here, hit value of 4, count the dice that rolled 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the number of successful hits. It's 0, the attack is good or is missed. That's the basic idea. If you score a 1, it counts as 2. So, I'm rolling. It's an attack of 4. I roll a bunch of dice. I scored 2 hits because I rolled a 4 and a 2. Easy enough to understand. Any hit counts as 1 damage. Yep, that's it. It counts as 1 damage. But that's where you get things such as, here, the Gallon AR, plus 3 damage. Hey, the Kazuya Snow White, if I move a bunch of cells, I could get plus 5 damage. You want to kind of pair these things up together to try to get as much damage as you can out of as few attacks as not hard to get damage. The problem is it's difficult to pay it forward. You're going to lose the attrition war in this game. And that's fine. That's a good thing, actually. It's a good thing that you're going to get your shit rocked in a long, prolonged fist fight. You're not designed for that. You're not trying to be designed. You are trying to fight a giant death robot by using the power of love and friendship. Now, your shield grants you, each time your shield gets destroyed, you get more energy, which means you get to do more things. It is a weirdly optimal thing to actually lose a few pieces of shield, but kind of keep at least like 2 or 3 available to you just because you get to do more actions. And more actions means more abilities, which means more actions. But the thing is, it's also, if you don't lose all your shield durability, you get it all back. You know, kind of got to think of that. No, I like that. Pretty simple stuff. Like, usually it's like it's always on. It's like, hey, use when enemies 3 cells away. Abilities that involve special movement, declaring attack checks, like Sky Dancer. The range is insufficient. Attack will automatically miss. When making an attack, please pay attention to the range. Yep. Written order. Most attacks are pretty simple. Again, it's very simple. Yeah, this is where the emotion circuits. Now, the emotion circuits connect you, the Chevalier, and the and your lovely fiance. And these are what keep you going. Now, you can use the Chevalier can use these, not the fiance though. Fiance defines them, but you're going to be the one who's going to be. Now, what you can always do is get Zyate energy. Hey, I'm going to get fucking murked. I'm going to half the damage. What you can do though is once they're all gone, you can start burning out. Once you burn it out, you can use it a second time, but you lose the memory or emotion. That's kind of one of the sad things about it, is you lose a little bit of it. You use all 3 again. Your fiance, yeah, your fiance burns out, and you don't want to do that because you care about this person, and that is your pilot going 1-to-1, and you've pretty much made them brain dead. So don't do that. Don't be a dick. Don't use them when you don't need to, but you can also purge. When you are almost dead, when you are at, you have one final gambit, that's a purge. Now, what happens is, when you hit 0, when you are going to die, you can pull the purge lever, and what happens is, you restore everything to full, and you get that amount of energy right off the bat. However, what happens is you lose the character. Yes, you lose the character. They're gone. You know, the fiance has been literally ejected out. You can't use any of these things. Mostly, you can't navigate. You can't actually, the GM cannot tell you anything anymore. After Purge, the GM only manages the enemy action while playing through flashbacks if possible. Yep, that is the big thing. You could literally purge the GM. The odds I see this is the Experience RPG then. It's yeah, no, you trigger that and everything goes horribly wrong. Now, one of the big things is character loss does not strictly indicate that the character is dead. That's one big thing. All it means is that they are not available for a time. So if you want to, so if like you have to eject them because you're going to die, you want to eject them to keep them safe, and you want to word it like that, being like, yeah, I'm going to eject you because I want you to be safe. You know, one final kiss as you get, you know, catapulted out as I throw myself haphazardly at the giant death monster. Yeah, you can do that. So, restore everything you have. Like up to a reduced maximum. Yep, uh-oh. You know, use burnout twice, maximum number becomes 1. Uh-oh. And you get a mission clear reward. So you can choose any weapon, you know, any additional weapons and materials and abilities. Yeah, you want to have just more abilities? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, bring 3 weapons and 3 chronicles, and you get to kind of go, share your thoughts to earn an achievement. Good job. I love how cool or cute my partner is. Yeah, energy, like kind of like you get some more basic ideas. Hey, move enhancement, genocide doctrine revealed. And then we kind of go talk about story. Like, that is what the idea of like a Sky Eater actually is. They are titanic death robots that want to blow everyone up. Yeah, this is all like lore information. It's kind of fun. It's fun lore. It's like if you really care about that kind of stuff, it's fun. Uh if you don't really care about that stuff, don't worry about it. But yeah, this is what let me see if we can find like a basic Sky Eater. They kind of talk about like all the different tables and stuff. Sky Eater. Okay, so this is a basic Sky Eater dragon type. This is what they, this is what they are. This is a, oh hey, this is the dragon type monster. Machine that quickly closes different high mobility. So, reaction. Anytime they take damage, if the Sky Eater is at flight level 12, place the Revulture at flight level 1, then reduce shield durability by 2 points. Place Sky Eater at, 10. Oh, hey, condition. Hey, Sky Eater at flight level 1, place Sky Eater at flight level 10. Hey, is 2 to 11, it moves 2 cells away from the Revulture, prioritizing ascent. That's all it does. Main doctrine. Oh no, wow, you're gonna get fucking annihilated. So when you're in this situation, the GM is effectively going to be telling you, get the hell out of there. You need to dodge. And you're like, okay. And you're like, okay, wait a second. He can't be doing this at this point. So he has to be up here. So, okay. Hey, save there. Okay, hit 4 against... Oh, okay, you don't want to be there. Higher flight level than the Sky Eater. Yeah, it wants to bring you down, and there you go. You're going to get messed up pretty quick. More urban type ones, take a little bit more to, get down. Quite a few different monsters, and they all kind of fuck your day up. Unless you kind of go, how do I want to word this? Each of them have a place that you want to be at. Like, the Revulture here, yeah, like, this could be painful, but it's 18d6 with a hit of 2. It's probably going to miss. But it's going to fuck you up. This is a horrifying one, because it's going to kill you immediately, because it's a ton of damage. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like, you want to try to find, like, the ideal locations. You're trying to understand. You're trying to say, oh, well, I'm going to reduce all the damage down. I'm going to be gambling a little bit. But, I like Revulture. I think Revulture's a cool idea. One of those games that is supported by... Hello. You gotta be playing with the right person, and you gotta be knowing what you're doing. But yeah, it's a fun game for 2 people. You are enjoying your time together. Hello. And when everyone is getting together and everyone's having a ball, it's great. If you're like, I want to like power level and like, oh, well, I don't want to role play, it kind of breaks down. If you're role playing, life's good. If you're not, it's not. I like it. I think it's a fun idea. Maybe saying there's some small issues in here, but that's because we love saying. Saying is truly our favorite Vietnamese, man. So that brings us to our final game. Yeah, our final game of the day. And that is going to be Beastbind Trinity. Now, I'm going to show everyone Beastbind Trinity because it's funny. Now, Beastbind Trinity is, I've been described to me as Japanese World of Darkness. Mecha romance drama? Oh, right. 3 hours went by already. Yes, Revulture is a mecha romance drama thing. I like it. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, Beastbind Trinity is Japanese World of Darkness. And this is the keynote. This is the one that I'm glad more people have shown up here, because this is my capstone. I thought Boken had Japanese World of Darkness. Oh. Oh, my friend, things only get weirder from here. Well, welcome to Beastbind Trinity. Just to kind of set the stage a little bit here, I just need I need everyone to understand this what we're getting into with Beastbind Trinity. Oh, I see. Don't worry, all of these characters are at least 29 years old. That's the funny thing. They are at least 29 years old. And she's the youngest. So, what is Beastbind Trinity? Well, Beastbind Trinity, or Beastbind Trinity, as you kind of see here, was actually the Bratty Toaster Diaz. Beastbind Trinity was recently translated by my boy Sang, of course, and there's a couple of them out there, and it is one of the more popular role-playing games out there in general in Japan. It has been around since 1999. Yes, 1999, everybody. It is a positively ancient game by most standards. However, Trinity is the most recent version, coming out in 2011. You know, 2011. Yeah, no, you can feel old now. The game is 13 years old. Now, there's a couple dramatis personae that we need to discuss. I wonder why, with covers like those. Now, the thing is, the main person behind them, there's actually a good reason, is Junichi Ino. Well, we've talked about Junichi Ino. He is one of the main RPG guys at Fear. Yeah, Tenra Bansho, Alshard, and the Saturn role-playing system. Yeah, the guy who pretty much is the main guy behind Fear is the guy who this is his game. Now, it gets a little bit complicated finding this man, because everything has to be in. But, yes, he is effectively the father of some of the bigger JRPGs right here. He's mostly known now for the Chinese Bride's Diary, which is him literally just making a comic about his wife. But yes, he is all behind the Beastbind series, including the 1999 version, Beastbind New Testament in 2004, and Beastbind Trinity in 2010. And he's worked on quite a few different games, quite a few books. The man is kind of like the one-man army when it comes to a lot of, JTRPGs. Man's kind of a one-man army in that regard. Yeah, no, including Alshard, Tenra, all of it, every single one of them. So, it gets a little bit weird when you start realizing who worked on Beastbind. One of those is Yano. If I bring up, and let me bring up the right people here. Now, this is where it gets very complicated. Gotta find the no. Yano. I believe this is him. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Yano here has done quite a few different things, including working on Double Cross. He is one of the big people behind Double Cross, mostly because he fucking made it. Yeah, the guy who wrote fucking Double Cross helped write this game, which we're going to see that quite a bit. Now, as you kind of see here, Grand Crest, he was writing with Ryo Mizuno. Again, he showed up again. He is the main guy behind Double Cross. He also worked on Beastbind New Testament. Second edition was written by this guy, effectively. Yeah, the guy who worked on Double Cross worked on this game, and you're going to see a lot of similarities. A lot of similarities. You kind of see a lot of different characters here, a lot of different people. This is him, actually. I'm following him, of course. Now, the recent version, Trinity, was by another man entirely. That was... Yasushi Shigembo. Now, Yushi is another interesting duck. He's worked on a couple RPGs. You know, I'm like, okay, nothing much, right? No, nothing much here. I can't find anything about the guy. I did end up finding him, though. Let me see if I can fucking... A little bit complicated finding anybody on this, by the way, because it is a fucking... I am working with deep English... You know, I'm working with English translation. Because it brings him up. This is the guy who works on it. That's right here. Now, some of you might be able to see something very funny. This guy now is a script writer for Boruto. Yes, a scriptwriter for Boruto. And he worked on Night Wizard 2nd Edition. He worked on Tenka Reunion. He worked on a bunch of different games as well. He is one of those big, you know, TRPG guys as well. But he was the system designer behind Beastbind Trinity. Beastbind Trinity, and actually right now he is working on Gundam Werewolf, which is a murder mystery in the Gundam universe, because he can do that. Yes, fuck it. He can do whatever he wants. But, yeah, it's kind of a weird clash of titans by the pure number of people who have, who are involved in some way. And the number of people who are involved in its creation, who are involved in working on it, it's kind of like this weird all-star cast of doing things. Like, that's the funny thing. It is, it is an all-star cast of people working on it, and the reason there's never been a 4th edition is because Junichi Ito doesn't really work for here anymore. That's the... See, here's a fun... Again, that's the funny thing. Also, thank you very much, JJ Wow, for following. But that's even leads to a weirder situation, is that he technically does not work for Fear anymore, because he worked at he is the current representative of character designs in the manga department at the University of Tokyo. Yeah, he's... Junichi is doing pretty good for himself currently. He's doing pretty alright. Yeah, so Beastbind Trinity is kind of this weird, like, amalgamations of a bunch of weird all-stars from about a decade and a half ago. Yeah, that's the funny thing. This just recently got translated. A relatively recent translation, again, by Sang. Y'all love Sang, my boy. But yeah, kind of an all-star cast here, what we're working. And even people like Mizuno, the guy who made Record of the Lotus War, gets involved somewhere at some points. But now, yeah, this is where things... It's one of those things that's very difficult to explain what the game is about. So I'm just gonna kind of roll with it. Roll with it a little bit. How to read the book, how to do all this. I'm going to tell you this now, which is, if you've ever played or watched a video on or know about Double Cross, this is going to feel extremely similar. Instead of D10s, though, we're going to be using D6s. Easy. you know, all our various producers, developers, the layout, test plays. All right, easy enough to understand. Again, these are the people. Thank you very much, Sang, Kisu Kisu. A lot of different terms here, but we're going to explain it in the world section. So, I'm going to try to, let me see if we can find a good image. So, in the most basic set of, basic situation behind everyone going on here. In this, in Earth now, 2010, there's a district in Japan. There's a district in Tokyo. Technically it's a city in Tokyo called, God, where the fuck is? Where's the goddamn city name? It has a very big dumb name. It has a big dumb name because it's Japanese. I never have until. Where's the big dumb name? Guardians. Fuck is the goddamn name? Ah. Nope. No, that's not it. Ikebukuro. In Ikebukuro. In Ikebukuro, there are a lot of mythics. What are mythics? They're pretty much anything that you can roughly say is not quite human. They have the ability to kind of touch the abyss a little bit, as well as gather power of themselves. Those who want to live among humans and live as humans are referred to as demi-humans. Demi-humans try to live out their life normally, following an ego. This ego is something that they want to do. Vampires want to suck the blood of innocence. You know, some people want to save the world. Some people want to do other things. It's just their ego. However, they want to still be human. They want to live as human beings. They don't want to, embrace mystical or mystical heritages. They don't want to be something more than they aren't. So they're just trying to be normal. Live in life normally. However, this is where things start getting a little funky. This is where things start getting very funky. Now, how do we want to word this? So, effectively, you are always teetering on the edge of the abyss. The abyss is darkness. It's evil. It's something bad, but it's also something that is immensely you. And it's hard to get rid of that. Those who get powerful enough, may become dominators. Dominators literally can create a domain expansion. They become insanely powerful. And as a dominator, they try to enforce their will on certain areas. And they get to define the rules of the area they're in. This is extremely powerful. Because technically, heaven, hell, fairy realms, those are just dominions. Those are dominions of extremely powerful dominators, i.e. God. God's a dominator, but God's also God. Many people, many beings want to influence Earth, because Earth is also a domain. The concept of Earth is a domain that wants to be overridden by many people, and it's up to one person to stop them. It's up to the Guardian of Earth. Now, the problem is, the Guardian of Earth has some issues. So this is the Guardian of Earth. So effectively, once every millennium, a Guardian of Earth appears. The Guardian of Earth is trying to do their best to, keep everyone in line and keep Earth safe. Good news, our Dominators really are, our Guardian's pretty good. It's a woman named Kamua Mu. Attacks Earth from other dominions, especially those completely different from Earth. There are quite a few different dominions trying to do things, and they usually don't want what's best for Earth. However, things don't always go according to plan, because technically in 2000, Metatron blew up New York. Yeah, no, technically, Metatron, yes, that the angel Metatron blows up New York. Oh, Manhattan. He's not supposed to do this, by the way. This is bad, and things start going horribly wrong. Oh, why not? Now, this is it's the strongest angel leading heaven, because heaven's currently kind of in a civil war between Metatron, who wants to, you know, destroy Earth, sort of, maybe, or at least try to do SMT heaven, and Michael, who really loves humanity and wants to protect humanity. Yeah, we don't want that. That's bad. Yeah, effectively, Metatron wants to become the Guardian of Earth. Problem is, an overseer of the Earth Dominion in the new millennium. Doesn't want that to happen, though. So, the Guardian of Earth has somewhat stopped them. And this is good, though, because she embraced something. She made a wish. She made a wish with ultimate power, and that wish was everyone to become a little kinder. Everyone works together now. Everyone's a little bit more exposed to the truth. Demi-humans grew in number, strengthening the power of bonds, exchange for girls' lonely battle. The world became a little kinder. And then technically the Antichrist showed up. Not the Antichrist, a being called the Void. No one knows what the fuck the Void is. It fought and kind of stopped. The Guardian lost her wings. And because the Guardian lost her wings, all of her feathers started flowing around. White feathers grant you a wish. Black feathers give you what you want. Yeah. Effectively, because the Guardian of Earth, the literal guardian of the fact that our world is the way that it is, lost a battle against an eldritch super horror, effectively. She's not dead, by the way. She's still around. She's just not as good as she has been. There are effectively these feathers flowing around now, and if you collect enough feathers, you get to become Ultimate God. Everyone now wants the feathers. You situation. Yeah, it's, everyone wants the feathers, but it's the Holy Grail, and it's probably going to eat you. Most likely it's going to cause you to fall into super sin. And probably destroy you. Are you telling me an angel did 9/11? I'm telling you, I'm telling you Metatron did 9/11 and Y2K and blew up New York. Can one feather restore the Guardian? No, she needs a lot of her feathers back. And that's one of the good option, the quote-unquote good meta plot, is you are trying to gather the feathers to give back to her. So she can become the Guardian of Earth, which is the goal of all the good factions. However, you can also use the feathers to become super god and, you know, become super powerful. So, a little bit of World of Darkness in there. There's the meta plot, but then there's kind of like the real meta plot, which is like, kind of whatever the fuck you feel like. You can make a campaign in which she never shows up, and she is never talked about, and that would be completely fine. So, demi-humans and things like that. Technically, there's maid robots. The concept of ascending. You stop being a character when you become a dominator or you ascend. Or, well, you become an aberrant. Effectively, when you reject your humanity, you stop being a player character. And a little painful sometimes. But there's quite a few different dominions in the world. Again, all a dominion is rules. It's rules ceiling, you know, dictating what's going on. For example, in heaven, the paradise. Everything is wonderful in the sky, everyone is good and noble, and angels are, you know, fly around, and everything is positive and wonderful, and there's nothing wrong. In hell, it's evil, dominated by super demons that want to kill everyone, and technically there's also a civil war happening down there, but we don't talk about that civil war. And then there's England, which is ruled by Dracula. Yes, Dracula moved to London. because he didn't want to deal with Transylvania anymore. And he established his own dominion of Shadow England. Yes, Dracula has a pocket reality in London in which he makes it a gothic nightmare. And these are the world laws. World laws are very simple. It's fog 24/7. Hey, no one can remember, in fairy realms, adults can never remember anything. Hey, in the professional wrestling dominion, there might be world laws like foul moves are allowed up for up to 10 seconds, or the true identity of a masked wrestler can never be revealed. You can enter the macho verse if you want. I didn't know, man. I'd call Shadow England a discount Ravenloft. Holy shit, this is so much better than it's made up independently. Yes, technically you can enter the macho verse and enter like, yeah, oh hey, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, no, this is our professional wrestling dominion. Are you ready to throw down, brother? I'm like, oh god. So Dracula made World of Darkness in Japanese World of Darkness? Yes. Because Dracula's a dick. Now, the biggest thing, though, is the idea of overriding. Effectively, there have been instances where people want to attempt to override reality a little bit. Such a feat is not easily achieved, though. There have only been a few reported instances, such as a world religion emerged on the Earth Dominion. Yes, the concept of religion was an override because God felt like it. Yes, God did that, and a bunch of other godly dominions literally tried to influence reality. Yeah, no, if you want to meet Thor, Thor is there probably. Thor and Odin, all of the major world religions happened. Everything is totally accurate. They were just from their own pocket realities, effectively, and tried to override the fact that they existed on Earth. Yeah. Including the Industrial Revolution. Yeah. The Industrial Revolution technically didn't happen. That was an override by an exterior force of nature. However, there's a problem. There's been a few times when the Guardian of Earth has to stop that shit, including where Zerachiel tried to override reality to make Super Heaven. We stopped that shit. Which was, I believe, this was the first game. This was the first game, and this was the second game. Because yeah, the first and second editions are actually canon to this world. That's the thing. In first edition, it was, yeah, the apocalyptic dream incident where the future world of Earth Dominion almost transformed, and the angel disaster where a fallen angel tried to kill everyone. Yeah. Yeah, that's and it's like, oh well, it didn't happen. Well, yeah, it didn't happen, but it did happen because the Guardian of Earth was like, yeah, no, that was a righteous bitch to deal with. Yeah, this is where the thing is, like, feathers can change the Earth Dominion. That's the big thing. That's the big thing, and mind you, also, sing. Because as you can see, technically she can stop things from influencing the past. Yeah, no, it seems like a shit post. This is the city, of course, city of Ikebukuro. What stuff goes on here? A lot of different things, and now we have the various NPCs. Why I love the NPC section. Here's Metatron. Yeah, Metatron wants to be God. He's the voice of God. He watches over heaven and earth and hell through countless observers known as eyes. Yes, he is the king of the angels. Yes, Yeah, he wants to tame the feathers to become the guardian of Earth, i.e. super god. Say hello to Michael. Yes, Michael, referred to as the Archangel, the highest ranking angel in the Earth's dominion, commanding over lower ranked angels. Yeah, technically, the Archangel Michael, otherwise known as Michael or her, is effectively how do I want to? They're one of the very few things that keep Metatron from not killing him. Yeah, that's that she wants to give all the feathers back to the Guardian. I am an elf and I want to send everyone back. I want to return to Monkey. Yes, she wants to return to Monkey. Welcome, say hello to Val's Gravata, who is, during the Demon Civil War, he literally was like, hey, by the way, I'm king now. Yeah, Satan left, and technically, Great Demon King here is currently trying to fist fight Lucifer, which is different from Satan. And he likes Japan. Yep, here it is. What does he want to do? He wants to live in hell. And if you are playing a Demon King heir, you most likely are probably his kid. Yeah, again, this is Kamiwa. Yeah, Kamiwa Mew. She is 29 years old. Don't worry. We can I can fix her. Don't worry. I can fix her, TM. She has the insta-kill death gun. And also space is also Galactic Federation. Space is technically also a Dominion, by the way. There's an entire galaxy of aliens. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah, you want to do that? You can do that. 700-year-old lolly dragon. Hmm? Don't worry. Here's Catherine Judas. Catherine Judith runs effectively the Noah Crusaders, which is Greenpeace. She wants to destroy everyone. Her dad's Beelzebub. Yeah, it's Beelzebub. So here's Count Dracula. Count Dracula wants to kill God. Yeah, I know. he's Castlevania Dracula. He just wants to reign forever and kill God. You know, normal vampire things. Because he's Vlad Tepes. He is. Yep, he is actual Vlad Tepes. Then we got a Mistopheles, various characters. I can't believe it's not Alexander Anderson, who is a Catholic vampire hunter. Various yeah, various let me see. Technically a person on a death squad. I can fix her, don't worry. I'm an Oni. Let's throw both humans and mythics into the flames of hell. I want to kill all human, kill all, you know, yeah, alright. Alright, fucking, I'm in. Why not? Then our generic set of high school friends. You know, we all love our high school friends. And a 23-year-old teacher who does not have any romantic history, though, and lives with her cat. I can fix her, boys. So what if she saw New York explode? Oh yeah, here's a prophet. Yeah, no, it's, he's 10 years old, also has, perfect prophetess knowledge, and kind of just wants to see everyone, yeah. She legit. This is a literally 10-year-old girl who wants people to fight over superpowers because she's a dick. Yeah, no, not a good person. Various organizations that you can team up with or fight against if you want. Don't forget about all the minions, Galactic Federation, Fairy England, all the different private schools that you can be in there. Legitimately Ramiel has perfect Shinjuku. Yeah. Yeah, a couple different inspirations here that I thought was funny. Very much Guyver is in there. But we're going to need some help. Oh, yeah. You're going to think she'll see explode. Trust me. Wait, don't worry, boys. I can fix her. I can fix her. So, we're going to need some help. And because we're going to need some help, I'm going to be recruiting a very special character. Let me bring up my boy here. Say hello to Shigo. Shigo Harama. Shigo here. Shigo became a couple different things due to random chance. He is also he's clinically retarded, but we don't talk about that part. So he's going to be helping us go through this. So as usual, it wants you to do a quick start. What is a quick start? It is literally choose a sample character, decide on any personal data. What does that mean? A vast majority of the time, what's going to happen is this. I want to play Guyver. Cool, here's the bio armor. You just write in all this shit here. That's all you gotta do. Just write in all this shit here, and you're good. That's it. You're done. Good job. Hey, I want to... I want to play the Bloody I want to play Bloody Princess. Write in all your stats here. That's it. You're done. You're good. You did it. I want to play the artificial hero. Okay, write it in. Hey, I want to play a Bloodstained Blade. All right, write it in. Hey, I want to play... I literally just want to play a random dude who has a gang of people. Throw it in there. That's all you need to do. Just throw that shit in there. A lot of these are fairly simple to understand. The Phantom Rhino. You can make a lot of different characters very easily. That makes sense. Like, a lot of these characters you can make very simply, and you kind of even see, like, what is this really at the end of the day? You just choose these two. Yeah, you want to be a little Shota boy with his demon friend, with his demon butler. Yeah, you can do that. Why not? Nothing can stop you. So, generally, you have a life path, but the life path isn't really that big. That makes sense. It's going to give you your initial bond and an encounter. My boy here, Shigo. Shigo encountered a Metatron somewhere around the way. He's just very lonely. That's really it. He's just very lonely. Now, your mutations, these make a little bit more sense later on. How do we build a character? Well, it's actually a lot easier than you think. So, effectively, all you need to do to make a character is you're going to choose what your blood is, your two bloods, and what your, kind of like your root is. So, as you can kind of see, my style here, all of these things you're going to be, using some way or another. So what's your root? Roots is further subdivide blood. There are 30 types of roots in this game with the 10 different blood types. There are quite a few different characters you can technically play. Yeah, quite a few different ones that you can play. These do give you your basic ability scores right off the bat. I forgot to do that. I'm not very good. So if we Let's see. So these are all going to inform your keys by half. So it's half rounded down. So technique, 1.5 goes down to 1. Emotion, 8 divided by 4. It becomes 4. Easy enough to understand. These are your bonuses for various situations. You also get your combat ability scores. I'm not very good at combat at all, because I'm a dumbass. So these are, as you kind of see right here. Oh God. These are the different blood types you're going to be working with here. So you can choose any of these if you want. And technically, if you really want to, you can be a full metal vampire. You can be a alien spirit being. You can be a neighbor like an Oni or a werewolf, but also a mythical creature. You can do whatever you kind of want in that regard. You got a lot of options here. As you kind of see here. To kind of summarize them up, irregulars are people who have transcended. Vampires are vampires. E-strangers are people from space. Spirits are fairies, ghosts, and other manifested things. Celestials are deities, effectively. Demons are demons. Neighbors are subhuman species. These are werewolves, half-cats, Oni. Hermits are people who acquire technology. Hey, I want to be a, like being a black coat, you join the Catholic Church, or you can be a magician or a lord who commands armies. Full metal is you are a robot of some variety, and a legend is a conceptual entity born from the thoughts and memories of others. So, if you want to play, say, a vampire celestial, you are effectively becoming a vampire ape. Hey, I want to play an alien demon. Cool, you are a parasite demon. Go get him, kid. Go get him, queen. That sounds a little confusing. It's really not. Starting to remind me of City Sag. Demon Butler? Yes, please. Full metal. Yeah, full metal means you are a robot of some variety. City of Mist. Do remind me, Monsters, World, Feathers, and such, something that everyone is aware of, or is a World of Darkness style hidden world. It is currently a hidden world. It's more people were becoming aware of it, but not very fast. That's kind of the big thing. It's, most people do not know, and they want to keep it that way because there is, revulsion. It is effectively a concept that people are not as accepting of demi-humans in general. And it's the fear there is if they reject me, I'm effectively going to lose my mind. I am going to cut that aspect of my humanity away, and I do not want that. So it's kind of like it's not like World of Darkness where the masquerade has been violated and oh no, there's a million things that go wrong, or oh no, the mage thing is broken down. It's a little bit more like I don't want to lose my mind and I don't want to fall into despair. However, it's one of those things. So there's no explicit masquerade. It's just people finding out. Yeah, and they don't want that really because everyone's getting gradually more worried that if you know about JJK, they don't want the Shibuya incident to occur. Everyone is very confident the Shibuya incident's going to be occurring literally any day. Which is to say, all-out war between everyone and everyone starts fighting one another. And that's bad because Earth will be devastated. It's effectively, because our literal guardian of Earth is gone, we don't really have a good response for when things get out of hand. So yeah, quite a few different things going on. Your FP is how much damage you can actually take. I believe it's fatigue points. They don't really. They don't think they say. Yeah, it's kind of just a combination of everything plus 20. You're always going to have a good amount of stats. Like, only time you're not really going to have good stats at all is that you have explicitly fucked yourself over. I think that's a good way of wording it. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of wording it. Fucked yourself over. I rolled randomly for all of these things, by the way. That's what I chose to do. I rolled, everything was completely random. Hence why I've come up with a very fucked up character. So, you technically get 30 XP worth of items. You really don't. Yeah, like, armor value, equipped armor, corresponding ability. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't really get. I didn't really choose much armor. I don't have any armor. I just chose this effectively. So I have this is my armor. 21422. I am an emotional wreck, please. Please, I'm very sad. You have the idea of possessions and equipment. Like, if you have a possession, that's something that will be with you all the time, while equipment is something that can be lost. I didn't acquire much equipment. I acquired some very basic things, and a phone, because you don't actually get that much, and I wanted to keep it on me at all times. Because I want these things, because I'm poor. I'm a poor man. I'm a poor cat boy. It is what it is, though. So, going down here, construction complete. So when you're playing with multi-root characters, you get more access to different powers. It's kind of like the idea, like you get a lot more power options, but the multi-root's a little bit weird. Depending on what your blood type is, you really shouldn't do it. Keep it simple. So this is where a majority of the game comes in, and I'm going to do my best to explain it all. So you have 3 attack types. You can be a attacker, defender, or supporter. Each of these gets these different abilities. You start with auto in all of the ones that have auto there. So, let's say, for example, we've just started, we just made our character here. I have Strike Form. When I transform, I get plus highest ability score, so it would be 4, to the damage of my attack. I can always use transformation as timing setup. That's it. Hey, it's used immediately after a target makes a check. Reduce target check result by 20. We use once per scenario. It costs love, though. Love. 1d6 to damage roll. Costs 2, though. What are these costs? They don't do a really good job of explaining it early on. Effectively, every cost comes, if I go up. Ooh. Yeah. Cost comes from your humanity. You don't have a lot of humanity, but you're going to start off with something around the, if we go down here, roughly speaking, you're going to be starting with about 56 to 59, maybe 60. This humanity is going to be dropping rapidly. You want to be spending this quickly. And if any of you have played Double Cross before, you're saying, hey, wait a second, is that just encroachment? That's just infection? That's just encroachment. That is just what overheads do. And when it's down to 0, you can keep going. You can have negative humanity. The problem is that at the end of a session, you need to try to reacquire. You need to reacquire as much humanity by the end of the session as you can, when there are a lot of ways to do it. But if you cannot get above 0, character's lost. You have gone completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. However, it does reset to your to the maximum at the start of the next session. You're always burning your humanity. You get it back, but here's also a little secret. You want it to go lower because you get stronger when it gets lower. So come on then. Push it just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Come on. Don't you want to get stronger? Don't you want to win? Little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. That's the idea. It's you want to push it just a little bit more, a little bit further. Well, it's only 2 more points. It's only 3 more points. Ooh, well, I need to succeed at this check, so I'm going to lower it by just a few more points. And that's the secret. It's you are in a, if you are in a situation, you are wanting to burn it fast. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but like, hey, that's a +2 to success value of your hit checks. You can always use it. It's another you can always get this. Well, that's pretty useful. Hey, that's a +d6 to my damage roll. That's a pretty useful. Hey, that's pretty useful. You constantly want to use it. Now, you get 5 points to begin with to buy new ones of these. Most of these, and we see with like level, like LV5 here, what you can do is they all start at 1 when you acquire it, but let's say I put 3 points into it. It would change this. So I would add +6 if I have 3 to damage of my attacks. Or, hey, if I've got something like here, I plus level times 5. Again, if you know how to play double cross, this is going to feel very familiar. And you get ego obstructor, guardian shield. There are quite a few of these. And unironically, this is where a majority of the game is. These are all of my abilities. These are a full amount of abilities that I have. So again, I've got these basic ones. Everyone starts with these. I've got all of these right off the bat. I'm going to be spending points to do this. But I also got some of these from my blood type, from my root in my blood. Got these. Yeah, I've got these ones. So, as a femme fatale, I can make checks using emotions that are social. But it costs 1. That's really good. Because my emotion is 8 and my social is 4. Worse. If I'm shooting you as a major attack, I can perform a shooting attack on a target. If it hits, inflicts pressure and blind. Hey, I want to do a territory. As long as I'm here, all of my allies get a +1 if they're by me. Hey, as long as I'm here, I get a +1. As long as I'm here, I get this. That's what I kind of wanted to do. Is I wanted to make a character who is all about not necessarily fighting mano a mano, but very much becoming a far better at doing his job. He wants to play kind of an attacky support character. And you kind of see some of these, Bloodline Awakening, Hybrid Offspring. Anytime you transform, you get all of your transformation type abilities. You can get a couple of these. You can make an entire character built around the premise of just going, like, saying, okay, time to go sicko mode. All of these voices inside my head. Like, yeah, you can just blast that if you know. And kind of red frustration, it's getting bigger. Bang, 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 pull my devil trigger. Yeah, you want to play Dante from Devil May Cry? I cannot stop you. So these are like all the roots. So as a root, you're always going to get at least some variety of options or some abilities going forward. And some of these are like your ESP abilities if you're an Esper, but I'm not an Esper, I'm a Summoner. Well, I get all of these abilities. Well, I'm not. I have a Cursed Blade. I legitimately get a Cursed Sword that's just mine. Yeah, you recognize by the sentient curse weapon, become the new master. Yeah, you want to play like a character with this accursed weapon? Yeah, you can do that. Nothing's gonna stop you. You want to become a human sheath? Water flowers and base soul devour. Ooh, soul devour. That sounds bad. Cursed waltz. Yeah, a couple of these you can do quite a few different things with this. Now that you want to play, you get a vampire, you get all of these abilities that you can choose to invest in or later on. Hey, you got a bloodline. You're a Damphir. Which you could use gun and sword abilities pretty easily. Or hey, you are Dracul. You don't belong to the Persona network, which is a network of anything. Hey, I am quite literally uh I'm a you want to play Venom? You can play Venom as just a parasite creature. Yeah, you want to do that? Nothing can stop you. Yeah, nothing can stop you from playing Parasite Eve if you want, Parasite the Maxim. Hey, you want to be a spirit? Yeah, you can do that. Fuck it, why not? There's a lot you can do. I ended up playing as a Dream Eater. As a male Dream Eater, I get Bewitching Flower. Everybody wants to attempt to dodge me, and if they don't, I taunt them, confuse them, and daze them because of how good I look. I am a himbo. But yeah, this is what they want to do, and this is what they all get. However, if I'm a fairy, I get different abilities. Celestials get their own set of ability. That's kind of the nature of the beast. Hey, I'm this, I get this. Hey, I'm this, I get all of these toys. More toys, more things. How do I become a demon dragon? I can do all these different things. This is how I become a demon dragon. Some get a little bit more than others, but that's kind of fine overall. Hey, you want to be a werewolf? I'm a werewolf. Ragning my blood edge now. Human sheath? Yeah, you can sheath your blade inside. Like, yeah, no, it's the best way to summarize the idea of the human sheath is yeah, you're not really in control. No, other way around. The sword is using you, not you using a sword. ELDR. It's here. You want to become a cat? You can do that. Lots of different abilities for you to play around with. Now, for those who are perceptive, you may notice that we are on page 155 and we still got some to go. So if we go all the way to the bottom of this section, after we go through all of these abilities, even down to having the concept of legendary heroes and having a noble phantasm. Yes, this is a reference to Fate, by the way. Because this came out after Fate. And yes, you can play a Fate game in this. It's very easy. After some basic, basic arts that you can choose here, picking out all of your basic items, because there aren't actually that many items here. You kind of see they all do slightly different damage. Handguns do this, sniper rifles, bows and arrows. I chose to throw fire at you because I'm an ass. Basic common armors. Oh, ooh, armor. I love armor. Armor's good. Armor's nice. I can buy a bike. Want to buy a bike? I can't afford it because I'm poor. You have a Cosmo boomerang. You want impact muscles? All this shit. You want to have all this shit? We have now successfully hit the rules section at page 184. Yes, welcome to page 184 for the rules section of the game. We're going to give you every single option available. Because the thing is, you shouldn't be making your own character to start with. You should choose one of the pre-made characters, because the pre-made characters have everything written out for you already. And generally speaking, it's not really complicated. Because you want to know what the game is? You're right. It's a 2d6 game. Whenever you need to make an action check, you literally roll 2d6 and consult this. And you add whatever your bonus is. I need to make an emotion check. I rolled a 9 plus 4, so I got a 13. I succeed. That's it. If you roll boxcars, that's a crit. You technically get a plus 20 on it. Now, certain things are going to say, okay, if your success value is how much you do, or you get bonus damage, that's the critical threshold. That's pretty good. That's very nice. You hit the button and you go super do. However, you might also get a check that's treated as 0, which means you probably critically failed and everyone laughs at you because you're a dumbass. You want high success values because high success values means that you do better. Now, this leads to clashes. Clashes are the exact same idea. There is an action and a reaction. I am acting, you are acting, we both roll, and we see who makes it. Normally, though, it's I make a roll, and I say I got a 9 plus 4, so that's a 13. Well, up to you now. Well, I rolled, and I got a 6 plus a 4, so that's a 10, plus my 4, that means I got a 14. I win. That's it. There's the fucking cat girl. Right? Yep, that's it. Daring, aren't we? That is JTRPG. The thing is this, I'm going to give you all a secret. If you ever find a game that is a Japanese tabletop role-playing game, you can almost make a gamble that it's either that's probably going to use 2d6. Or at least a number of d6s. Very rarely will you find a game with d10s. Even more rarely will you find a game with any other die. Very, very rarely do you find any game that's not a d6 or a d10. And even that is saying d6's power gap, d10's other dice. That's still d10s at the end of the day. You gotta remember that. It's still d10s. Very, very infrequently do you see any other dice used. D20s are nearly non-existent. D8s I've seen once. I can't remember the game, but I saw it once. I saw a dice ladder once that used up to D12. But, yeah, the other types of dice are not very common, and the answer to that, you may be wondering, but why, Notepad, but why? Because back in the 80s and 90s, when these games were getting really popular, importing dice was really fucking expensive, and you had to buy box sets to actually get D20s and such. If you tried to buy them independently, you had effectively a markup, because they were huge tariffs, because they were technically considered gambling supplies. So you would be paying, the best way to think about it is, imagine paying like $30 for like a single set of dice. Yeah, no, if you're like a college student, that ain't worth it. that ain't worth it. Especially when you consider that a box game may be $50 and you get all the dice that you need. You know, everything. That's kind of the reason why people improvise. The D6s are cheap. So yeah. Then we have the idea of bonds and egos. So one of the ideas behind bonds and egos, I think this is a good way of doing it. So anytime you fulfill a bond, anytime you are saying, hey, I want to, I am a friend with Hibiki. I have an interest in Kiko. I am a friend of Metatron or what, or I have a pride in my bloodline. Anytime you get that, you mark it and you get love. Love is very powerful. Anytime, though, you indulge in your ego, you get sin. Love is powerful. Ego and sin more so. Both of these want. But you can't have everything. Yeah, bonds may become egoized, which egoizing a bond is effectively a egoizing a bond is saying, oh hey, this is something that is like, I have a friend who is like eating away at my soul or whatever, and he, he's rejected me, and now I'm not in a good mood anymore. Now, if you have love, what you can do is you can unleash things and go sicko mode. Or, hey, I can use it to apply sin. However, you can use them during arts, and sin, though, increase success value by adding 3d6. Add 5d6 to damage rolls, or try to avoid damage, or just resurrect. Yeah, resurrect. Because it's very difficult to kill you. Yeah, you want to engage in ego. You want to engage in egotistical behavior. The more you engage in it, the stronger you get. However, you're losing that aspect of your humanity. The big thing is, the lower your humanity is you start getting more mutations, but your critical threshold starts decreasing as well. Instead of critting on a 12, you crit on 11. You crit on a 10 now. You crit more often. You deal more damage. You deal bigger damage. You go fucking sicko mode. And that's what you want to do. You want to decrease your humanity to get stronger, but you might start mutating, and you're going to start egoizing, Yeah, and then you choose bonds to egoize them, and yeah, that's not good. And then corruption check. Ugh, that's not good. Ooh. Ew. Yeah, falls entering and reaches the ending phase in this state, they transform to a full mythic and can no longer exist. Yeah. You want to try to get as many much as your humanity back as physically possible. That means you want to keep your bonds. You want to get as many bonds as you can. Yeah, you want to get as many bonds as you can. Befriend people. Be nice to other people. Get power from the power of friendship, because that's going to keep your ass sane. Because sanity is really what you need to keep. That's what it is. And sometimes you can attempt to do a spiritual anchor. Effectively, what a spiritual anchor is like, this is a big situation that you want to do. And hey, during the session, you could say, hey, here's a spiritual anchor. You complete the spiritual anchor, you get a shit ton of humanity back. On the other hand, this is usually a very difficult endeavor. This is something that's difficult and dangerous. So it's like, maybe I shouldn't do that. But on the other hand, I really need that humanity back. Very basic stuff. Have no fear. We have the seating chart. Have no fear. We know how to sit properly. It's vitally important we learn how to sit properly at the table. A fucking fear seating chart every time. Every time it pops up. Love it. Yeah, the session sheet, main play, entering and exit scenes. Fairly simple stuff. Like, it's, generally speaking, it's, you enter a scene, you do the scene, you end the scene, Everyone gathers some information about what's going on, and then you enter the climax phase. What's the climax phase? Sometimes it's a combat situation. Most of the time, it's going to be a combat. It's going to be a climax. That's kind of the it's mostly going to be that. And then you restore, true death to full. Yeah, effectively you get all your things back, and then you start doing the XP checklist. Now, the XP checklist there's quite a few different things. So, did you participate? Yeah. Did you complete a spiritual angle? Yes. Oh, cool. What's your final humanity? Rolls made humanity recovered automatically becomes that check. 0. This, because there's a way to effectively say, I want to get my humanity back. Then you can say, okay, you can sacrifice half your humanity to roll again. Or you get a final big, huge boost if you say, I don't want any XP this session. And then, how many Dominion Arts did you how many Dominion Arts did the enemies have? Role-playing, all these things. And then technically, the GM does get some, XP. That's a very big thing. Now, you do get some new ways of doing it. Increasing basic ability scores, increasing combat ability scores. It is expensive to get things. However, it's not... It is expensive to buy things. However, you're going to be getting XP pretty consistently. And that's kind of the idea. You're going to be getting them pretty consistently. They even talk about rebuilding. This is the XP table. If you hit this point, if you hit 1 to 20 humanity at the end of the scenario, you get 5 XP. That's good. If you do things well, you can get a good amount of XP. It's a lot of XP, but yeah, no, that's the, then at the very end, we get combat. Combat seems very intense, but it is a move, minor, major action, and a reaction. What does that mean? Effectively, at its core, you're going to be doing, you're going to be using actions to do things. During the initiative step, highest action speed will take the one to perform the action step. It's effectively whoever has the highest action ability. So my action step is 10, so my action speed is going to be 10. I act on 10. If there are multiple characters, for example, if multiple people are doing things, I might act on 11 because I have a bonus. I might act on 2 because I have a bunch of penalties. That's kind of the idea. So you can't always skip. Moving is a little weird. We'll talk about engagement zones a little bit later, things on the page. But like minor actions, you can't do action checks during a minor action, but you can't also trigger reactions either. However, you can use arts, equip items, use items, add statuses, well, and any other action. Major actions are your big ones. Usually these are going to be an action check, or they're going to be an ability you doing something. Reactions, I want to dodge. I want to parry. I don't want to die horribly. Double Cross Pathfinder Edition? The Seeding Char's long-standing tradition, though. We are late to this meme. Double Cross Pathfinder Edition? It's a little bit weirder. It's far stranger when you realize that. This is the 3rd edition. So you gotta remember that. This is 3rd edition. 2nd edition was written by the guy who made Double Cross. 2nd edition, the system design was made by the guy who wrote Double Cross. This was written by another guy who worked with Double Cross quite a bit. And this is Beastbind Trinity. That's why, the big thing about Beastbind Trinity, that if you know Double Cross, you know this game. However, there are enough differences and enough things that are weird that they've become two separate entities. Even just down to the fact that, Double Cross is a 2d10 game, and this is a 2d6 game. Numbers are a lot smaller in this game, but there's a lot more stuff going on. Even down to the fact that your humanity is always decreasing rather than increasing, and various other just weird things. I like both games. That's the thing. I like both games. I think both of them do things very well. The engagement zone system is a little bit... Effectively, instead of having a grid or anything, what you have is engagement zones. So, if I am in one location and you are in another, you are not moving 10 meters away. You are moving to their engagement zone or to another location defined. But you are by yourself a place on the... Pretty much everyone on the map, I have like little dice in front of me to explain this. Everyone on the map is technically their own position to move on the map. So if I move to engage someone, other people can try to join that fray or try to make their own, like engagement zone. It's, engagement zone is formed around them. Yeah, this is what it means. Like, it's a little weird, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Pretty much the zone of engagement increases the more people are involved in it. And that means it's more difficult to avoid it. Yeah, this is the idea of blockade, engage zone due to scene situation or enemies. If it's blockaded, it's like, yeah, you literally need to make a check. And it's like, yeah, can you escape? Maybe, who knows? Yeah, they even say, like, use coasters to explain, like, how the distances between people. But yeah, attacking is pretty simple. Melee attacks use melee. Shooting attacks use shooting. You can target people who are not in your engage zone, though. That's one thing with a shooting attack. Now, you can always dodge, which is you're trying to do a reaction check with the evasion, or you can take it on the face, and you use guard. You automatically hit, but the damage can be reduced by the guard value. So, for example, I've got my Burn Flame. Aha, I'm Burn Flame. I get to throw magic at you and blow you up. I go, haha, go bzing, go bazinga. And I deal a lot of damage with my bazinga flames. And if I'm being attacked, I can say, well, I'm going to use guard. I want to use guard for this. Why am I using guard for this? Well, because I get to reduce damage by 6. That's it, though. Any additional armor I get can reduce the damage further. And that's pretty much it. So, during an attack roll, usually it's, attacking by specified base ability score. This information is written down. Effectively, whenever you do that, you just reduce it by that amount. A couple hits can bring down a character pretty easily, unless you're using defensive moves, unless you're using defensive abilities. So, yeah, you kind of see, the final damage roll is 18 plus 7d6. That's 43 points of damage. Yeah, you can get hit pretty fucking hard. But if you go to Unleash mode, if you spend love, you can recover FP up to physical plus 10, quite a bit, actually. You remove all your bad statuses, and even temporary death. However, during Unleashed, if you die again, you super fucking die. Well, maybe don't do that. You are willingly making the choice to die. That's kind of the secret there. Most arts are pretty simple to understand, some basic spot rules, nothing too exciting. Property points. Who fucking cares? But yeah, I know there's some... They kind of talk about some, the basic idea of, how to create NPCs, how to progress sessions, XP calculations, how to create scenarios in general. Basic, Troubleshooting. How the fuck did how did these work? So most enemies like look pretty simple stuff. Most enemies have these enemy arts instead of normal ones. They get some pretty basic ones. Dominion arts are big, scary, terrifying, super death ones that will fuck you up and will kill you, because that's the point. So it's like, oh hey, I want to fight a tank. Yeah, you can fight a tank if you want. I want to fight a tank? Yeah, no, it's going to kill you. Yeah, this thing is very scary. And it has a lot of abilities to fuck your day up very easily. Contrasting that to a cultist. Cultists aren't really that strong. They don't actually have that many abilities. But what do they want to do? Well, generally speaking, they're going to be blasting you pretty extensively, and you want to get close and chop them in half because you 46 damage to them and they die immediately. Ha 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 ha. You know, then yeah, oh no, I'm gonna fight a fucking, I want to fight a, I want to fight a cop. What is a cop? Cop has 13 HP. Yeah, they're not, not exactly the most strong. However, fighting bigger, a pack of werewolves. This is how you fight a pack of werewolves. Hey, this is how you fight, Renfield, a half vampire created by vampires. Uh-oh. We don't like fighting these guys. These guys want to kill us really fast. Hey, want to fight a kaiju? Here's a kaiju. He's going to slam you and slam your face and kill you immediately. Various, very overpowered dominators and things. But yeah, no, I like Beastbind Trinity. I like Beastbind Trinity because I like Double Cross. Like in Tenra, I guess that, like, how many smaller games became World of Darkness, few big games can. That is the one super corporation out there. I like Beastbind Trinity because Beastbind Trinity is interesting. I like it because it has enough double-cross DNA in it, and there's a lot of options and a lot of toys to play with, and it knows exactly what it is. And I like that aspect. I think there's a lot you can do with this game. It doesn't necessarily just need to be fisticuffs and climb, fisticuffs and beating the shit out of one. I think that is what the game wants to be at the end, but I still like it. I think it is good. Want more people to learn about it because Sang did a very good job. I did leave some notes because Sang needs to fix some things. Looking at you, Sang, you baboon. Lots of depth. It's simple enough to pick up. Yeah, it's simple, and legitimately speaking, the cover is to give you an idea, the cover is the filter for people who are like, I don't like look at Coomer stuff, being like, congratulations, you've been filtered. How does it feel? How does it feel? All right. Oh god. Cringe as usual. So, let us talk about our favorite time of the day. Our favorite time of the year. Our favorite thing to do, because we love talking about Kickstarter, right, everyone? I love Kickstarter. It's my favorite thing in the world. I love Kickstarter, says man, delusional. Let me save projects. But let's look at our various games. Kaiju vs. Mecha role-playing game that made the Smurfs. It's Smurfing time, everybody. I love Smurfing. Not make it, unfortunately. Ooh. That one didn't seem like it was going to get very. So, yep, looks like it made it. This doesn't look like it's going to make it. Yeah, that one. It's Smurfing time, everyone. It's Smurfing. Oh Oh my Smurf! He's got a gun! Gun Smurf, what are you doing? Gun Smurf, why? Oh god, uh-oh. Hey, 2A Smurf, don't! No! Smurf! It's Smurfing time! Alright, so let's see. Low STL files. I know we're in a good start for this. I love me some STL files. Pasajeros en Calelia. Luego de cartas familiares. Parasite. Alright, tabletop card game. Okay. STL. I love STLs. I love STLs. I love STLs. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's always a Noble Dark RPG. A Noble Dark. Hey, alright. And STLs. It's going to be STLs, Japanese board game in which I get to interpret the rules based on the ray gun and rescue rocket. Cyberpunk attack cyber fighting board. Duckling pen. Guardians of Luna. Gotta be something, right? Raccoon's Land. And then play any sci-fi, I know. Pantheon Valhalla? Oh, it's French. It's French. Anime-inspired card game. 8 billion% funded. Ivy. Speculative evolutionary bestiary. Dino World STF. What is this? Sci-fi board game. Hedge, the Fae are coming and only you can save the last of us. Power. Okay, alright. Alright, okay, we're gaming. Okay, shot it. Okay, it's 5. That's a 5e adventure, and that's cool. Alright. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, it's still November. No Christmas carols. Hold on. It's not for a remote. Let me check. I have actually switched Notepad to Spanish for a couple seconds. I shouldn't be left alone with sharp objects. However, I am someone who likes to sew. Oh, Hedge. Notepad gets a drink for that one. What do you mean? No. It can't be that bad. Purple monkey transforming into a casino experience. STL files. More STL files. Political sabotage. The card game. Okay, STL files. STL. Oh. How to becoming a great player. Let's learn how to be a great player ever. Man, we've got. Ooh, God, we are not gaming. We are, as they say, not gaming right now. Meeple Peak. CC. 5e. Or you can turn your city into a 5-minute city. Yay! Tantrum House, season 11. What is Espers, a fantasy. Hey, I know Rookie Jet. I know you. Don't think you can hide from me. I know how you operate. I know your sins. I see Morkborg. I love Morkborg. Morkborg. I love Morkborg. Tabletop. Okay, blood and bat. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go through Parasite. Okay, it's difficult to master. Everyone wants players. So use card to try to game information with player has the Parasite card in their hand. Free card has bonfire cost being played for activation. So on the save zone, it's shared between players and has always a maximum score equal to the number of players left alive. And expect to lower your precious point 0. If this occurs, welcome everyone into darkness mode. Camping rare case can help you sustain bonfire. A frequent can try to extinguish it. Darkness. Your light source is gone, as are your hopes. Each player closes their eyes together and count 10 seconds. In the meantime, player with the Parasite card in hands can open his eyes and rotate the arrow card placed in the room to perform an attack. After 10 seconds later, turns shine over the player. Unfortunate wounded players are incapable of doing any action. He will be eliminated unless he has a med kit. The only way you can finally reveal the information you got about others. A discussion. The majority of the group votes to it. In this moment, cards like double vote or ape or great weapons, evil or vice versa. A very clever creature and host must be intelligent void. Okay, so it's werewolf. Like it's werewolf, but it has an interesting pitch. All right. Vileborn, noble dark roleplay. Young heroes face darkness while embracing on their own. The most iconic aspect of coming of age story, quick start perks. Darkness appeared by the skies of Vegas. Half human, half reviled. You were children when your corrupted lineage manifested, subverting your life and separating from your loved ones. The Luminarians. You are Vileborns. What's the game? Uh-oh. Oh, are we gonna be lucky? How to play? Oh, let's see. Describe how you act, but choose the most suitable approach. Roll 1 to 3 dice based on your chosen approach. 1 number of your personality, 1 training. If substitute, I am shrewd, so I use my personality, but not training. I roll 2d8. Keep the die showing the highest result. Compare. Alright, I mean, seems interestingly oh. Who's work? Audio promo. Not the end. You wrote not the end? Ah. Cowboy Bebop was bad, though. Looks like it's Italian. Alright, I mean, looks odd. Alright, okay, time to play the vaguely okay, we can't really interpret. Okay, you too can learn the power of foreign exchange. Oh. I probably think turning a bunch of Christmas. I think he's trying to watch as many as possible before it's... No petty love TV. That sounds cool. What's the name? I'm drinking red Kool-Aid. Amogus. Guardians of Luna. Battle for a sci-fi war game based on the Guards 2.0 rule set. Right? Okay. Oh, I love anime card games with AI art. I love it. This is my favorite use of AI. Tell me. AI generate content. It goes beyond mere random generation. Harnessing technology to enhance our artist's creative workflow. See, the thing is, it uses like that very specific anime, like fucking Niji Journey art style that you. It's a very specific style that if you've been fucking with Niji Journey for long enough, you damn well know. What have you tried to make? Ooh, there it is. He tried to fund this before. You needed $42,000 then. How much do you need now? You need literally a quarter of the amount. You need a quarter of the amount of money. Yeah, I wonder fucking why. Like, cosmetics not pay to win. Okay, yeah, that's not how that works. Yeah, you have a fucking box. Oh my god. Whoa. I can't really say anything because if I ever end up having to make a fucking card game, I'm going to have to do that myself, but also not charging people money for this. Edge, okay, the Fae are coming and only you can save us. Save the last of us, TM. Okay, so couple of Drakes. Wait a fucking second. I know that. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Goddamn Blades in the goddamn dark. I know it's Blades in the dark, because that's legitimately all they write. That is all a couple of Drakes write, is just Blades in the dark stuff, so yeah, that's... Let's learn how to be a good player, everyone. Never before players, welcome to the practical guide of becoming a great player. Character design, make it great. Designing your character's destiny. I need this book. Design to be practical. Practical. Ah, yes, compatible with all TRPGs. Cthulhu, pirate, fantasy, cyberpunk, sci-fi. Ah, yes, my favorite genre of TRPG, Cthulhu. It's Espers again, because Rookie Jet literally... The thing with Rookie Jet is that he'll make a game, it'll be like 2 pages of rules, but then it'll look amazing. That's always the problem with Rookie, that he makes something that looks amazing, but then it's just like there's no actual game to it. Because that's what keeps happening. He's from Ohio. Actually, no, he's worse. He's from Cincinnati. Oh, Jesus. That's even worse. God, I hate it. Truly, Cincinnati's. Oh, wait, that's not a... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You gotta give me ashes without... No. Hello, Ken. It's Kevin. Gonna make $8 It's gonna make $8 Hey, wait a second. I know what those are. STL Files. I love STL Files. New horror role-playing game. Ooh. Oh, it's new role-playing games, everyone. I love role-playing games. Oh, there's Trench Crusade. Everyone's like, yeah, Trench Crusade, it's gonna be the next huge big thing. And I'm like, oh, I don't think so. It's I'm okay.
I am fine. I did not just cough up fucking blood or whatever. Not yet. I'm not dying today. Today is not my day. Oh, hi, Riot Minds. We meet again. Zerp. Looks like, yeah, we've talked about a couple of... Chitin Age is actually getting funded. Chitin Age needed, like, this one's needed a lot of money, relatively speaking, but he might get funded. I think he's going to get it. I want you to remind me. Sword of the Abyss. I remember looking at that. Looks definitely like a thing. Not the living rule book, community-friendly license, handcrafted everything. See, it's always funny anytime it's like, it's handcrafted, and then they post shit, I'm like, are you sure? Are you positive this was handcrafted? I'm not doubting you, I'm just saying, just making an implication. You know, the implication. Hex board game looks like you get some special powers, and you do. Who are you? Thaila Games. Who are you people, and why should I care? I'll have you know that I am an ex. Okay, that's not. We'll see. Analog game Sierra Games from Sierra Analog Game. This is Sierra Games. Or Thaila Games. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that Kino. Give me that fucking Blood Recall. I think they make game. Yeah, it looks like they make board. Alright, I'm in. Like it's yeah, it looks like it's a board game, definitely. Yeah. Trench Crusade, yeah, Trench Crusade. Here's the thing with Trench Crusade. I think Trench Crusade is going to find itself to have a nice, stable audience. But I think that nice, stable audience is going to be people who, how do I want to word? I think there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, I fucking love Trench Crusade. This is the greatest thing ever created by man. Oh my god. And then there's going to be people saying, wow, I don't care. Just, alright, that's cool. I'm going to play it on TTS for free. Like, you get what I mean? Like, okay, you know, it's like, this is all, we're going to play it on TTS for free. The grog dude aesthetics of it. I cannot actually look at Mork Borg physically hurts to read for me, so no, I'm probably not. I don't enjoy it as much. Pale Tides, folk horrors and witchcraft. Oh, 5 unique tarot. Okay, it's tarot. Is tarot the new thing? Is that going to be the new game? Is that going to be the new, 5-suit tarot deck? Yeah, I think that's going to be the new thing, everyone. I think it's going to be tarot cards. It's going to have to be me. Let's see. Art director, 15, Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, he's concept artist. We've seen a couple of these games. Let's hit itch.ie. Hit itch.eu. Yeah. Oh, people actually bought Eagles and Rifles and the Relic Frontier, but why? Let's see. What's the most popular thing currently going on? The Bestiary. is doing pretty good. Let's cozy. Cozy. Oh my goodness, it's cozy wozy. Whoa. Oh, whoa. I love Morkborg. Seen any exciting. This is the only thing that I've been seeing that looks deadly realistic. This is the weird one that people were like, yeah, what am I inspired by? Monster of the Week, Call of Cthulhu, Trail of Cthulhu, Gumshoe, Shadowrun, AD&D 2nd Edition, also 40K and Sherlock Holmes, and literally every other movie ever. I'm like, that seems like a lot of weird inspirations. Like, it's a lot of weird inspiration. Like there's a lot going on with how do I want to word it? There seems to be a lot going on with this game. I'm curious to see where it goes. Gotta see, it's this like first episode of 15 minutes. Looks like they're trying to aim for it. If I were to be a guessing man, they're trying to aim for to be like the new game. Because every now and again you find a game that's trying to be the new game. That's the idea. Like we want to be the new game. Forged in the Dark 2, of course. The very skirts word online, you know. Forged in the Dark 2, that's important, eh? Legend IO might be changing in time. The IO is contested state right now since territory has joined another country. Huh. 2-letter, yeah. No country codes. India, yeah. It's I don't think British Indian Ocean territory that's not going to leave, because what will most likely happen is Maturius is going to want to keep that. It's technically how .tv technically, like, anytime you see .tv, like if you look at like the .tv domain, this is the domain for Tuvalu. It's .tv. This is a huge amount of money for them, by the way. A shit ton of money. And it's like, you know, anything related to Tuvalu. It's not usually for Tuvalu. Most likely, like .io, what they'll do is they'll keep it and then they'll just be selling it. That'll probably be a way they're going to make some more money. That'll be my guess. They're not going to get rid of it at all. There might be some like weird disruption of service for like 5 seconds, but it's money. Money, money, money. Be funny. Money, money, money. Gotta love the money. But yeah, no, it's like you see a lot of those. Technically, .su is still in use. It's a bitch to get a domain name for it. It is in use. They're registered under God, .su registered under. I remember correctly, the registry is like a weird. Technically, the registry is the Russian Institute for Public Networks. You literally have to go through a domain company that doesn't really exist in certain way. Yeah, it's technically it's a top level domain. And technically there's a couple of technically like .dd, .poland and things like that. There's a lot of different ones. Yeah, it's effectively yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, technically like the Daily Stormer is on .su because they don't give a shit. Registered domain. You have to have a passport. It's great. Yeah, there's a couple weird top level domains. .gg, like .g, not .gg domain. .gg would be Bailiwick of Guernsey by the Island Network. Bailiwick of Guernsey. It is right here. It's for this small island of Guernsey, which is a UK, yeah, technically for the Bailiwick of Guernsey. It is a self-governing British Crown dependency. Technically, Bailiwick is its own country. And you too can move to Bailiwick if you want. But the universe, like, what if I? Yeah, this is the. Yeah, you want to? We can go to Guernsey if we want. .gg is Guernsey Islands. It's the bailiff, ruled by the bailiff. Have no fear, it's me, the bailiff. Like, I guess in theory, like, town, like cities. Where's the Saint Pierre Port? So I want to go to Saint Pierre's Port, everyone. I want to get a flat. I want to get a flat in Saint Pierre's Port. How do I rent? I want to rent. You do vacation. Want to do a vacation rental with? Do one of you want to go on a vacation rental with me to Guernsey? You want to go to Guernsey with me? You. Hey everyone, you want to go to Guernsey with me to yeah, we here's Guernsey, everybody. I want to find rent a flat. Rent a flat. I want to rent a flat. Saint Pierre Port. Yeah, it's on Guernsey, the Channel Islands. Yes, I want to Saint Pierre's Port. I want to rent a flat. I want an apartment. Oop, I do not believe I can buy an apartment. I do not actually think I can get an apartment at St. Pierre Port, everyone. Sorry. We learned something new today, everyone. I'm going to leave now, because I'm tired and my throat hurts. I'm going to go. Godspeed, good luck, have a wonderful day.